Everyone, the best live on TikTok is back. This is it. We are it. We are that live. Yo, welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Yo, yo, yo. How's it going? What is up, everyone? Just getting set up here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for everything. We're going to be covering some science news. We got some stuff going on. Really wanted to go over everything in regards to, I was curious about going over the election. The 2016 election is back in the zeitgeist. I can't believe that. We got science topics to cover. Let's see here. Show notes for... What's up, everyone? Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. I wanted to go over some lab-grown sperm and eggs, which I thought was really crazy. I saw this in the news, and I wanted to go over this and discuss this a little bit. I thought that this was really interesting. Here's the story. Here's what's happening. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for coming in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everyone's welcome to join if you want. Have a science question. If you got want to get into science, if you want to understand science, if you heard something that you don't understand about science, we can explore that stuff together. We can figure that stuff out together and learn together. So I think that would be a really fun thing to do. All right, so first up, lab-grown sperm and eggs just a few years away, a scientist says. This is from The Guardian. Scientists are just a few years away from creating viable human sex cells in the lab, according to internationally renowned pioneer of the field, who says the advancement could open up biology defining possibilities for reproduction. Speaking to The Guardian, Professor Kadasuti Kayashi, a developmental geneticist at the University of Osaka, said rapid progress is being made towards being able to transform adult skin or blood cells into eggs and sperm, a feat of genetic conjuring known as in vitro gametogenesis. His own lab is about 7 years away from the milestone, he predicts. I wonder how he knows like this the timeline. That's usually people don't understand their research breakthroughs that far in advance, but apparently he's got some idea. Other frontrunners include a team in the University of Kyoto and California-based startup Conception Biosciences, whose Silicon Valley backers include OpenAI founder Sam Altman, and whose CEO told The Guardian that growing eggs in a lab might be the best tool we have to reverse population decline, and could pave the way for human gene editing. Yeah, I mean, that's, for sure. Quote, I feel a bit of pressure. It feels like being in a race, says Hayashi, speaking before his talk at the European Society of Human Reproduction and Embryology's annual meeting in Paris this week. Quote, on the other hand, I always try to persuade myself to keep a scientific sense of value. if shown to be safe, IVG could pave the way for anyone, regardless of fertility or age, to have a biological child. And given Kiyoshi's lab previously created mice with two biological fathers, theoretically, this could extend to same-sex couples. Quote, we get emails from fertility patients maybe once a week, said Hayashi. People say, I can come to Japan, so I feel the demand for people. I just the aspect alone of pushing the fertility clock to potentially allow women to have children at a much older age would be huge, he said. Outside of social policy, in the long term, this technology might be the best tool we have to reverse population decline dynamics due to its potential and significantly expand the family planning window. Damn, I think that would be a huge thing for Japan. Japan is really in a population decline right now. They are having a real bad time, and they don't have immigration, right? That's a big problem. When you don't have immigration, over time your population grows older, and I think that's a huge thing that happens, just like in normal industrialized nations, as like women have a choice in when they want to have children, they delay it more and more and try to emphasize their own personal development, and they're not having children at super young ages anymore, which I think is good, right? We got to let people decide their own life. Want to hear a joke? Okay, sure. How does the man on the moon cut his hair? I don't know. How does the man on the moon cut his hair? He clips it. That's good. Nice. Sweet. That's a good one. That is funny. You're doing the devil's bidding. Who? By increasing and allowing people to have their own life that they choose? I think that's okay, man. I think that makes sense, dude. You got to allow people to have their own choice, the choice on how they live their life. Making people being bound to having children is just because their age and just because of how they're born is it's a little cringe, I think. You're against the Bible. Yeah, I'm against the Bible deciding what people's life should be dictated by. Yeah, I don't think that the Bible should be dictating how people live their life. You're right. What do you think of AI? I mean, I think that AI has really interesting implications in the future on how we can solve some really hard problems. But I'm worried about the amount of energy that it uses, and we need to solve some of that. By the way, why did you block me on Jerkmate last night? I didn't, and I don't know who you are, but I'll mute you now if you want. This guy is the 2025 Bible. I mean, I think what's your Bible, man? I mean, that's kind of the problem. Who defines it, and why should 2,000-year-old traditions hold any water on what people have in today's society, man? You gotta update it. You gotta allow people to live their life. Not everyone's religious. Do you think in the future people are going to worship the Church of AI? I think that's an interesting question. I definitely think that it could be. There could be some type of religion that's founded on the groupthink. I mean, that would probably be the easiest way for AI to actually control humans would be to pushing a religion. And it's kind of scary. I think it's really scary. Do you think that future, yeah. read that. Let's make it bigger. Boom, 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 boom. Center on screen. Who said, dude? I mean, how do you not know? How would God present himself to you? How would you know who he is? Good look, scientist. Okay, thank you. Let's see here. All right, cool. Sorry, guys. Just had to do some stuff. How does speed transferring work? Speed transferring. I don't know what you mean by that. Speed transferring? Do you mean like how physics works? How does one? I don't know. Other than like force equals mass times acceleration. I don't know. I'm not a physicist. I think that there's physics is really interesting, but I don't understand the fundamental. I think you have like the empty space within atoms, and then they use those electron clouds, or push when you, because most space inside of an atom is empty space, which is kind of cool. If we haven't grown beyond basic human rights, then we're doomed. I mean, I think that, yeah, I mean, people need to be able to get past the, I mean, religion's one of those things where it's like people are atheist about other religions other than theirs, right? Like Zeus, for example, like people are an atheist around Zeus. So this idea that it's like anathema, that like atheism is like this new thing that's just being culturally like pushed by science or anything like that. I think that's kind of that doesn't make any sense. There's thousands of religions that have existed in throughout humans, and humans created religion through evolution because people are more likely to give each other resources. They're more likely to look after one another. It's an in-group versus out-group thing. And we have like a, really active frontal lobe. And basically we have those questions that we need answers. And before science, then it, logically, I think that it is okay to have some type of, religious idea. How does HEU work? I don't know what HEU is. Let's look it up. I grew up religious, my friend. I mean, I would go as far as to say as I'm a Christian atheist. So, I agree with the fundamental ideals of Jesus Christ of Nazareth and what he fought for or what he believed, but I just don't think that he's the Son of God. I mean, Jesus had like some great stuff. No, I'm an atheist. I'm Gnostic. Do I know that there is? I mean, I'm as certain about God not existing as like a leprechaun. So yeah, I guess I am Gnostic. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, Dr. Greg.
How's it going?
Good. I had a couple questions for you pertaining to last night's theme, and I know this theme is overplayed. I never want to hear about it again. But since you're a molecular biologist, I kind of have some questions.
Bro. Yeah, that's what the whole point of this. Everyone's welcome to answer ask any question, man, for sure.
Cool. So in 2020, when I believe it was UC Santa Cruz released the SARS-CoV-2 genome, I downloaded it and I was just curious. I NCBI blasted it across their entire database. And I imagine they don't have a robust database for like bat viruses, but I didn't see any hits or any overlaps there. But it's not really a virology database, right?
Yeah, I think so. So okay, so what's happening for chat is basically Blast is a data set of all known kind of like genomes that have been published, and people submit sequences there that have been annotated, which means that it's like this part to this part is a gene, and this part here is an untranslated region of this genome, that kind of stuff. And it's how we understand what genomes kind of are and everything like that. And basically, in order to see if one aligns to another, what we do is kind of like a control C, you control F the entire genome and try to see if they actually match up. So, one, I would think that the closest analog to SARS-CoV-2 is actually rat G13, and that is it's actually been that is the closest one that I thought. Although Picard just came out with another paper in 2024 that did go over different things that they found in local bat populations for their genomes. But you would think that there wouldn't be a lot of alignment if it's a novel coronavirus and there's been some type of viral recombination event in order to do that, which is when like genomes are coming together and they just kind of like swap and put different parts together. You would actually kind of think that there would be there would be some novelty there. So
yeah, so I'm not a virologist, but I dabble with data science, and
cool.
One thing that I did is also, I think a few months in, someone published a pretty robust kind of like phylogeny map of the of the real time kind of like evolution, which I thought at the time was fairly novel because I don't know if any virus was studied real time with that much sequencing and testing, but I did something where I essentially took all the data and kind of stacked it and said, okay, what is changing and what is not changing, right? And the reason why I did this is because I heard this, I think it might have been like a conspiracy theory from Brett Weinstein, who was on Joe Rogan, who said that there's a very low amount of entropy in the genome, signifying that it was kind of like snipped together, or you can see like signs that it was a transfected vector is I think what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
And I thought, is that measurable? So I started doing what I later realized is called a multi-sequence alignment, where you just stack a bunch of sequences together and just look for, okay, what's changing, what's being preserved. And I saw that there was a region that was never changing, right? And I imagine, I'm like, okay, this is probably the spike protein region, but everything else was, or
no,
I
it's
don't
going to
know
be
if
like more evolutionary conserved parts are going to be not the spike proteins, right? Because that's going to be the thing that would change over time, I think. Oh, I guess no. Wait.
okay.
I take that back because the vaccine, that's the part that it presents to the cell. So, I mean, I would think that like a more evolutionary conserved piece would be like.
Maybe more like the transmiss, like so, like, because it's
Well, we use like
becoming
the 16S normally, right? Which is kind of like
okay.
the way that things are translated. So it's like the way that it's kind of like the screwdriver head. You know, you're like the pattern, the Phillips head pattern that is like conserved kind of thing. But yeah, I actually don't know. I'm trying to think like if they're jumping hosts, they're definitely going to want like a different one. But I don't know if the spike protein is necessarily the part that's actually mutating a lot. I'm really curious now. A covariance is a good website in order to look at this stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was
Here,
wondering
let's
if
see.
I mean, I stopped looking into it after I just kind of moved on from it. But I was
Hmm.
definitely like doing as much analysis as possible while I was locked in. And one thing that I thought was really interesting too was when I was looking at other phylogenetic trees, the amount of branching in SARS-CoV-2 was very high
Hmm.
relative to other like phylogeny trees. And I don't know if that has to do with the rate at which we were sampling this specific virus, or if it was just the transmissibility of it was really high,
Well, it's
or
all
the
those
or the rate
viral.
of evolution.
It's the fact that it's a pandemic, right? That is and community spread, and then all the viral recombinations that's happening.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I just posted it to my threads. So I like I have my I don't know if you can actually click those links. I don't think you can as a viewer, but threads like that username, and then I just posted it. So I just posted the Picard paper that looked at the origins, the evolutionary phylogenetics of SARS-CoV-1 and SARS-CoV-2, and then covariants.org is the one that like goes into all the different parts, and you can actually look where the mutations arise. So I'm like looking it up myself. You like look at the distribution of the variations to see where it is. I would think that thinking about it again. I mean, obviously the vaccines are going to change over time, so that means that the the antibodies wane, but then also the spike protein is going to change. So that's why we need to have the
Yeah.
that's why we have to
Right.
have the updated vaccine. So
It's
yeah, it
definitely
has to be
changing, but
changing.
it's still binding to the ACE2 receptor,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
So it's changing enough to kind of like bypass the antibody response, but it's not enough to still have like a physiological response, right?
I think that's kind of like one of the interesting parts is that we don't really understand. I mean, I think the first paper that I had read about what made SARS-CoV-2 actually different than other coronaviruses, because there's a lot that are out there. I think it was like a plus 10% binding affinity or something like super small. You know, it wasn't like a super crazy mutation that made this thing super lethal or that like
Oh,
increased the
that's
binding
cool.
efficiency by 200%. It was like a plus 10% bind, and they did like a in vitro, just like a binding assay. It was
Yeah,
like super easy.
I don't know if you've been playing with bolts too, but there's a deep model now for predicting how proteins kind of fold together
I
or bind
haven't. Oh,
together.
cool.
Yeah. There's actually a website called foldable.ai, which you can just copy and paste the sequence in there and it'll do the whole thing for you.
Oh, wow.
Or
This
I
is
think it's
cool, dude.
foldify.ai actually. It might be foldify.
Foldify.
Yeah.
Oh, cool, dude. Man, you're
Yeah,
giving me
you can
all
just
this
drop it
cool
into
stuff.
there.
Thank
You
you.
could, yeah, yeah, it's super cool. It's amazing what can be, and it predicts like a binding affinity in units of like kcal per mole. So it's a quantifiable kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, 10% is a pretty like a it sounds pretty weak, right? Like it
Hmm.
doesn't take much.
Dude, this is awesome.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. There's so many tools. I'm building some tools right now for some small molecule kind of like therapeutics, but it's amazing what you can do with like in silico design has come a long way with all this stuff.
Yeah, dude. That is really cool. Dude, man, I wish I could share some of this on screen. It's like I get freaking if I share like data and PDFs on the screen, it shuts down the stream and
Yeah, I
it
think you need
killed.
to do like OBS or something to kind of like get that screen sharing.
I
Um,
mean, I have it. It's just like I
okay.
have the screen sharing capability, the Windows sharing capability, the window
Mhm.
capture, but it's just because the text doesn't change and it just looks like a big white screen to the AI like moderator bot, and it
Oh,
just like
gotcha.
says it thinks that it's a it
Oh,
thinks
like a
it's a
recorded live or something.
yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking about I'm like, how do I show this? How
Could
do
be
I
a way
show
though,
this
because I know
information?
people are doing that, right?
Whoa, this is cool, man.
Yeah, what I like about it is that it's super like low energy barrier just to start, like quantifying this stuff. But
Hmm.
because a few weeks ago you had to like install all these Python packages and it
Yeah.
was it was a nightmare. But
Do they
now
have
now
it?
it's just copy
Yeah.
paste.
Yeah. Dockerizing stuff and making it easier to use, right? That's
Yeah.
kind of pretty sick. Hell yeah.
And it's super fast. It's like 30 seconds. But
Oh,
anyways, yeah, I
wow.
was just kind of curious. I mean, I've been kind of starting to play with kind of biological molecules, macromolecules, and
Have you looked at Picard's paper, Jonathan
no,
Picard?
I haven't been following specifically this. To
Hmm.
be honest, I'm a little bit nervous by all this stuff because there's so much like misinformation out there. But
Yeah.
I worry about just because like I had a really strong response to the Moderna vaccine, and I felt like it took a few months to recover from it, and so like
Yeah.
I had a friend who's like telling me he has like myocarditis from it, and I'm
Hmm.
like, all right, whatever, dude, I don't want to know anymore. So I kind of stopped reading about that kind of stuff.
I mean, I think it's one of those things where if you had a myocarditis like response to the spike protein in a vaccine, then you're going to have it even worse with an
Yeah.
actual SARS-CoV-2 infection that you actually get, develop COVID-19 like
Yeah, because
symptoms from.
it's a controlled load, right? That your
Hmm.
body can manage as
Yeah,
opposed to like a really bad infection which can get out of hand. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, so like the viral load it's crazy. It's like not that much. It's like 25 micrograms or something, which I mean for RNA, like the molar ratio, right? We're talking like a lot of a lot of copies. So the molar amount, like if you think about just for chat and everything, if you think about how many copies of DNA are in one like amount of measurement, like think about a bundle or think about like 10 pounds of bananas or something. Like if you had mini bananas versus big bananas, that the big bananas are gonna take up more space and that weight. So the same thing with delivering DNA or nucleotides. You're gonna, if you want to deliver 25 nanograms or micrograms of DNA, you got to make sure that you're delivering how many copies of that. It's just kind of it's yeah. So anyway, but I remember actually reading the studies and stuff, and they were trying to modulate the different types of and different amounts of DNA, and I think like vaccine responses, like so personally, when I get the COVID booster too, I get knocked out for a day, but and I do think that there are you know there are like long COVID symptoms, so like, and I feel like if you're responding so strongly to the spike protein, like you're gonna that would be pretty bad to get an actual COVID-19 with symptoms. So
Yeah, I was talking to a doctor because I had the shingles. I got like a shingles flare up, which apparently is a chicken pox, right? And apparently what I learned is that viruses can store themselves in different parts of your kind of like nervous system, right? And they can remain dormant.
testes, dude. They've found SARS-CoV-2 in the testes of men. It's crazy.
Yikes.
The
Yeah.
mole is Avogadro's number, so 6.022 times 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd copies per. It's like a mole is basically like a dozen. Kind of dozen is a word that means a certain number. A mole of whatever means 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd. So I could have a 6.0 a mole of bananas, and it would be 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd bananas. Yeah, it's a unit of measurement. Yeah, it's exactly. Cool, dude. I do. Thank you so much for all this data science
Yeah.
stuff. That's
No worries,
awesome.
man.
I've
Yeah.
I've really I've really like tried to get into data science. I wanted to do it more for my PhD, and it was like one of those things where I'm just like a gel jockey, man. I just like do molecular biology and stuff. I guess I'm kind of like old school in that way, and wet lab scientist. And I've tried to get into more and more data science, and just my stuff keeps pushing me back into the lab. But I like it, but
Yeah.
the data science is so cool. It is so amazing what we can do now.
Yeah, I used to do I did a little bit of molecular biology where I would like transfect bacteria and multiply DNA, do like a luciferase assay, and
Nice. There you go.
a lot of it felt like magic, especially because you were pipetting these tiny volumes, and you're like, is there anything here going on here, And then
Yeah.
you run a gel and you see the DNA, and it's like it's pretty mind blowing how far that space has come. And then just with CRISPR and all this stuff going on right now, it's like pretty great. And like real like the wolf. I don't know if do you have an opinion on the dire wolf thing? Like as a
I
do
know.
you think it's actually a dire wolf, or do you think it's just a Frankenstein
Dude, it's one
dog?
of those things where I thought George Church actually responded to this. He's like, George Church famously only posts links on his Twitter, but he actually got really offended that people were downplaying the amount of like mutations that they have. I mean, the cynic's response is like, well, you just basically created a wolf species with a couple of SNPs, which single nucleotide polymorphisms, which is like a different change here and there, which, by the way, all mutations are not created equally, right? You could have a mutation in a nucleotide that doesn't change the amino acid sequence that is created from that. From that codon, every 3 of nucleotides is a new amino acid sequence, and that's a codon. That anyway. So basically, people were like, "Oh, you just have a bunch of silent SNPs in there that aren't like actually changing things, and now you've like created this other new like species," and they're downplaying it, and he was really mad about it. So, but in general, man, like the reintroduction of these types of animal species, I feel like part of me feels like it's not going to work, and the ecologist in me is like, well, you don't have enough genetic diversity, and you've created such a bottleneck that there's no way that you're going to be able to reintroduce an entirely new species.
Oh, like a founder effect type thing?
No, you have founder effect is like when you have an invasive species or a new a new organism to an environment where they don't have predation and stuff like that, and they're able to kind of take advantage of more of the resources than they normally would. This is like specifically a little bit different. This is
the gene pool diversity as well.
Exactly.
I wonder if you could use AI to kind of like interpolate or artificially like synthesize diversity,
Well, the problem is that you need that genetic diversity in the nucleotides in order to evolution works because you were introduced in, like, let's say there's a new resistance thing that you need to have resistance for, like a protein that will kill you, right? And you need to have a protease in order to kill that. But you don't have that protease sequence yet because you haven't been introduced to it. But maybe there is some other synonymous or really closely related protein that with a couple of mutations and there's all the protein isn't the same. There's like active sites that are specific on the protein that does most of the work. And basically the idea is that you have specific parts that bind to a protein, and that if you have a genome that has mutations with it, you can have a poorly binding protease or bind to that, and now you've degraded some of the protein, and now you're able to live. And those organisms that have that genetic mutation are able to live better. And now you're accruing mutations in that new protease. And that's how like a nucleotide change gets to like speciation. So that's why genetic diversity is so important. It is like literally the most important thing in terms of survival in a in an environment. You need a lot of species, which is species diversity. You need a lot of them, and then need to have their genomes be genetically diverse. Those are like the three key areas that we measure in ecology for like how healthy everything is.
Yeah, that's amazing. I was actually talking to I ran into Frances Arnold,
No
who
way. Are you serious?
yeah, I was just getting coffee at Caltech and she was there
Oh,
and
no way.
I was like, "Hey, can you talk to me about this like enzyme design?" And she just convinced me because I always thought it was wild like how the hell could all these proteins and enzymes naturally evolve with so much function, right? I'm like,
Yeah.
this is insane. And she was just telling me like the smallest tweak to the right section of a protein can give you drastically different function. It's
Hmm.
mind blowing, right? And
Yeah.
so it convinced me like, wow, actually, because I never bought into this random mutation like mechanism. And she's like, no, dude, you can get a lot of function from random mutations.
Oh
And
yeah.
even just like epigenetics, right? Turning on and off certain regions. But yeah, it's
Yeah. So what happens is, so you have a protein, right? And think about like a good one that people study all the time is like Rubisco. So Rubisco is the hand that takes out CO2 from the atmosphere and brings it down into a plant, so it can actually create the building blocks of a sugar eventually. And basically um, the mutations for that hand can change. So we are trying. This is one of the big things in protein stuff, is to try to basically make it so that you can bind to something that's different. Because what right now, basically the way that CO2, if it brings down CO2, then it's okay. But if it brings down O2, then it's bad for the cell. And basically, the idea is to try to create a better Rubisco that selectively takes down CO2. So the idea is, well, where do you start? So the the protein has these cylinders in it, but then it has like these active sites, and each of the Rubisco large subunits, and then you have the small subunit of Rubisco. The small subunit is some of it is RNA, and then the large are pieces of protein, right? So the question is, do you just do a bunch of random mutations in the active sites? And the active sites are kind of like the fingertips of your hand, right? So if you change like your fingertips around, you maybe change the location of your way your fingers are pointing, that kind of stuff. But you can make off-site mutations, which conforms. It's called allosteric mechanisms. So allosteric mechanisms would be like changing the way that my wrist works, right? I am like going towards that same molecule, but now I'm creating mutations in my wrist. So now I can actually change how my hand works. So, it's you actually want to do some type of random mutagenesis across the entire thing, because those allosteric changes can have huge impacts. But like we've thought for the longest time that the active site was okay, but now we're kind of figuring out that these allosteric mechanisms are really beneficial. And this is actually a really interesting data science thing, man. You can actually think about this, like, because we're trying to synthesize a bunch of DNA, and it's called a DNA mutant library. And what type of sequences are in that mutant library is a huge thing in your experimental planning. So obviously we can like take out things that are like premature stop codons. Premature stop codons are the way that they'll just stop reading. So instead of making a fully formed Rubisco large subunit, it just creates a half one. And if that happens, then it's like, well, you're not going to have a full protein. So that it might work. Revolution, all that. It has multiple start and stop codons in frame, out of frame sometimes, but sorry, I'm getting into the weeds there, but the idea is to kind of like explore more of these random sequences that we wouldn't actually explore anymore. And honestly, Frances Arnold actually has a really cool paper where she's using directed evolution and having these sequences compete with one another in order to figure out what's the best one. And then she used some AI to help like to figure out which one going forward might be the better one. So do you know, have you seen her paper on that?
I haven't read her recent work,
Frances
but that's really interesting to hear. And I have a question for you. So, you're talking about mutations outside of the binding pocket, but also there's this interesting thing. Are you familiar with GPCR
This is
proteins?
really cool. So I was thinking about this 2019 paper that Frances Arnold's one of my favorite scientists, by the way. I was like doing my
Oh,
dissertation.
she's so cool, dude.
I
She's
did.
so, you could approach her. I mean, I'm sure
That's
you've met
so
her,
cool.
right?
No, I haven't. I would love to. I've met
Oh,
David
cool.
Arlou, who's like one of my favorite
Okay.
scientists in the world. But Frances Arnold, like her work in directed evolution is just incredible, like making new novel proteins that never existed before. And it's so cool. But I was
talking to her about evolutionary algorithms, and she's like, they're just algorithms. All algorithms are evolutionary. And I'm just like, oh, dang, she's deep in this space. Like,
that's an interesting way of thinking about it. But I was curious what the 2019 paper that she had, but this is a 2025 paper. So this is a follow up paper 6 years later that just came out in January. Yang is the lead author in Nature Communications. Active learning assisted directed evolution. Here I can read some of I'll read the abstract real quick. Directed evolution is a powerful tool to optimize protein fitness for a specific application. However, directed evolution can be inefficient when mutations exhibit non-additive or epistatic behavior. Here we present an active learning assisted directed evolution, an iterative machine learning assisted directed evolution workflow that leverages uncertainty quantification to explore the search space of proteins more efficiently than current directed evolution methods. So basically every time that you use directed evolution, you kind of want to like reassess and like add new sequences in, because sometimes like the pathway isn't straightforward. You kind of need to go sideways a little bit, and then to be able to go forward. So that's what she's kind of talking about there. We apply our new method to an environment and an engineering landscape that is challenging for directed evolution. Optimization of 5 epistatic residues in the active site of an enzyme. Wow, interesting. In 3 rounds of wet lab experimentation, we improved the yield of a desired product of a non-native cyclopropionation reaction from 12% to 93%. Wow, that's incredible.
insane.
We
That's
also perform
insane.
computational simulations on existing protein sequence fitness data sets to support our argument that this new method can be more efficient than standard directed evolution. Overall, our new assisted learning approach is a practical and broadly applicable strategy to unlock improved protein engineering outcomes. That's so cool. And it's open access
I've
too, by
heard
the
of
way.
some people at Google doing similar work for enzyme design,
Mm-hmm.
but she has the wet chemistry knowledge. Like her lab just has that tribal knowledge that no one, like that real data,
Yeah.
and so it's pretty amazing. Yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah. It's, I think it's I love the idea of using evolution as like a tool, like using it as an idea where you can actually, you can learn from it. You can learn you can use it as a tool and then using data science and stuff iteratively make it better and better. You got a question from chat. Okay. Oh, he wants to come in. Okay. Yeah, cool. What's
I'll go
up,
ahead and
dude?
let you go, man. But thank you so
Oh,
much.
no. I think he had a question for you, bro. I think
Oh, okay.
Alan, what's up, man?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, I had a question for Nico. Were you at Caltech when?
I was actually. I know Bob. Yeah.
That's so good.
Bob Grubbs. Yeah, I knew Bob. Yeah, he was a legend, man. I remember I sat next to him in a few when I was in undergrad there. I sat next to him in a few like seminars, and I had no idea that I was like sitting next to like a legend. And then later I realized it was him. But yeah, I was really sad to see him pass. He taught organic chemistry there, so I took his organic chemistry course.
Yeah, I worked at one of his companies called Materia.
Oh, cool. Was that the ruthenium catalyst that you?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
nice, dude. Hell
So
yeah.
I was on a team for synthesizing new N heterocyclic carbines. So you both of you would appreciate this, but ruthenium catalyst, like organometallic catalyst, what we do as synthetic organic chemists, we basically build around a metal center, you know, atom by atom, of course, but just kind of a rudimentary active site type of thing in order to catalyze new novel reactions, kind of like a protein would. So we're kind of those guys who are building like non-native type catalysis for industrial use. So I was on the ligand R&D team, and I actually propelled that company. So they were working on a compound, a target compound, for the previous 5 years before I got there in '05, and
Cool, man.
they couldn't get it. So I developed a new route toward it, kind of by happenstance, kind of by accident. But the funding company, which is the world's largest company in the world, Cargill, they were funding that project, and they were kind of dangerously close to pulling out. And then I hit the target molecule with 99.7%
Dang.
purity. Or 99.5, I should say. They wanted 99.7, but I got 99.5.
We'll allow it.
And then, so that target compound it's kind of a hub and spoke model where you have that compound and you can branch it off by iterating it, kind of functionalizing the final group on it. It was basically the base for all sorts of things like antimicrobials, foams, waxes, ballistic paneling for the military, cosmetic bases, and whatnot. And it spun off a new company called Elevance Renewable Sciences, between Cargill and Materia. And they built the world's largest palm oil refinery in Malaysia. And that would have never happened if I hadn't got there. And I hit that molecule in 6 months that I've been there.
Dang, that's fast, dude.
Yeah,
that's really fast.
I was just a BS level chemist at the time.
Yeah, I mean the organometallic stuff is like alchemy, dude. I don't know if it's just one of these things where I feel like it's magic. But I'm really excited for the future because I think like I've seen some research where people are trying to like do the Haber-Bosch process, but catalyze it with like organometallics instead of these high temperatures and high pressures. So I think all this machine learning and AI is going to potentially unlock a revolution for all these like traditional industries, and
For sure.
I think proteins are just going to be like designed proteins everywhere, right? And just it's going to be a crazy future.
Well,
So,
I have this prediction that with data analysis, AI generated or assisted data analysis, that we'll be able to synthesize proteins that are maybe like 1/100th the normal size, as organometallic catalyzers for what you're saying.
Interesting.
With along with the hand in hand with the synth bio industry. Yeah, I want to get into it, but like it's kind of hard getting a wet lab job these days.
Yeah, I mean, exploring those new ideas. I mean, immediately something that's a lot smaller than a protein but similar function, I'm thinking like RNA, right?
RNAs, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like nanotechnology stuff, for example, that you can bind proteins to carbon nanotubes by basically fixating active sites kind of to them across them. So you could, bind basically the protein will bind specifically to that carbon nanotube, and then that will change the fluorescence of the carbon nanotube, and you can see that binding action happen with a confocal microscope, basically. So I think that would be like an interesting kind of way to maybe you have like protein-like interactions by using like nanotechnology.
Are you in industry or academia, Greg?
I'm in industry right now. Yeah.
Okay, and you said you're doing like precision fermentation or something before precision fermentation?
Yeah, I'm technically host strain development, so I'm creating new microbial strains that we use for protein production.
Nice.
So, I mean, and the easiest way to describe it is basically I change the genome around to make proteins that we want higher amounts in the cell. So, like we have a target protein, and it's like, let's take out the part in the genome that might be taking, protease or something that might be hitting that. Are we hiring? No, I do. I've survived 3 rounds of layoffs right now. It's like, it was crazy. We're actually closing on this house, dude. And I'm like going through these meetings and we're like downsizing. And I'm like, oh no, we're going to lose like our down payment. We're going to lose everything. It was like sweating bullets. I was so stressed out. I after the second one, I picked up like smoking cigarettes again. I was like, I bought the vape and I'm like smoking it in the car after the thing. And I was like, what am I doing? And I just like threw the vape pen away. I was so stressed.
Oh man, congrats on that. That's crazy. I saw so many auctions of just labs shutting down, like pennies on a dollar for so much high tech equipment. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. I mean, basically, as interest rates get higher, money gets more expensive, and the return on investment for a startup company is going to be like, there's like a 90% failure rate for regular companies, but then a biotech company is like 90% of biotech companies fail. So even if you had a good product, even if you have a good process, you have a good patent, you could have it all, and you still don't make it. So, and especially as money gets more expensive, right? Investors are less likely in order to spend it in really risky scenarios. They're trying to look for things that are easy wins for them that they can get a better ROI on. And that's like not biotech, that's why, a lot of the money and a lot of the grants and stuff, it goes even still for a private company. You're still getting grants. You're still getting, federal funds in order to really help with a lot of those, discovery costs and stuff for good reason. Those are like the jobs, and those are the companies of the future. That's the stuff that's where insulin comes from and stuff like that. City of Hope has the bacterial human insulin patent that spins off and creates like all these jobs and creates all the higher quality of life for all these people. And there's real tangible benefits that not just we get, but we get as a country, where we are the premier place in the world where everyone wants to come work at, and we have the brightest minds in the world coming to us, and it creates entire like new job markets that don't exist otherwise. The San Diego, for example, has hundreds of companies that are tech related, biotech related, and it's not just the biotechs itself. So it's all the companies that service the biotechs, right? So it's like the sequencing companies, it's the DNA synthesis companies, it's, all of that has to be like close, because I need primers on my desk within 12 hours kind of thing. So, IDT needs a synthesis lab there. Illumina obviously exists in San Diego. It's like there's a community that's created amongst biotechs, and because you're working with things that exist in the world, basically. It's like kind of it's just important that it's all there.
One thing that I've been a little bit confused about is, you can transfect a host like yeast to make, like, I was working with the cheese company. They're trying to make casein, right? But they were telling me that the yeast wasn't able, or I think they were using a fungal strain, but they were saying that it's not able to like poop it out, in like a high yield. And that's where the one of the guys was telling me, like, yeah, they didn't think about the 26 other like proteins we needed to make to like get it to excrete in a
Yeah.
continuous I wasn't sure what he was talking about, but I'm like, yeah, it sounds more complicated than just like transfecting the casein protein strain
Yeah.
into the
Mm-hmm.
DNA.
Yeah, what
right?
happens is basically you have, and this is what happened with my old, I was at a biotechnology company for 5 years before I did my PhD research, and we had this similar problem where we were working with something and it was a bunch of lipids, and basically it was a yeast strain that didn't, that kept it in, right? It kept those lipid vacuoles like in there, and it's not going to secrete it, and that's an energy saving mechanism, right? So it's not going to, and basically the idea was to try to make it easier in order for them to lyse the cell and make it easier in order to get those lipids out. And then basically the process, the downstream process, the fermentation process would be separating out those lipids that we want, that we were going to sell. That was our main product. But then it's actually really important in fermentation in order to use all the other, like cell lysate. So cell lysate or or yeast lysate in this case is basically all the proteins that create a active yeast cell. But what would and basically there's a bunch of proteins there that are really good for essential amino acids and all that kind of stuff, because a yeast is very similar to you. You are more similar to a yeast as a human than you are a plant, right? So it actually has a lot of the materials that we need for animal food. So as a mammal, you spike in yeast lysate all the time in order to fatten up cows, for dog food, for fish food, all that kind of stuff. And it's actually a really important process to have that like material and use everything. You're using everything there.
No waste.
Exactly. Yeah, nothing is. But that's the cool part, man. That's the cool part about fermentation in general and microbes, is that there's you can use that stuff. So like famously right now, like the biggest problem that we have with corn, which is kind of like the previous, like the 1990s bio workhorse for, that's where all the sugars come from, and xanthan gum and all that kind of stuff. The problem is basically, what do you do with everything that isn't the carbohydrates and the lipids that you want? So you have all the cellulose, and it's basically like the bones of the plant stock and the plant cell that makes a plant like snappy, right? That makes it kind of like turgid. And algae doesn't have that. You don't have any of those types of like plant bones that you have to worry about. You just have a basic cell wall that you can get rid of with enzymes or anything like that. But basically, there's all of these stalks of corn everywhere after these farmers, and it's like, what do you use with all that plant material with? So that's what it's like a whole field of molecular biology and synthetic biology now trying to go into these the cellulose and like breaking down the lignins and all that kind of stuff in order to make fuels and stuff out of it. So actually repurpose that and recycling all those molecules.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like the metabolomics of all this is so it's I think it's a machine learning problem, hopefully. I don't want to glaze machine learning too much, because I know everyone's thinking it's the hammer for every nail, but
yeah, exactly.
There's just so much complexity, right? And like the synergy of all this stuff working together. I mean, nature kind of like fine tunes it with its own mechanisms, right? Like
Hmm.
there's a natural selection for optimizing this stuff. So it's hard to do it like first shot in the lab, right?
What do you think about like AlphaFold getting the Nobel Prize?
Yeah, I thought that was that was a shocker, right? Because they gave it
Hmm.
to engineers instead of like kind of scientists doing fundamental work. But I remember going to talks where scientists were talking about quantum computing predicting this folding problem, and then comes AI, doing it at a really high accuracy, and now it's even higher, right? It's at like 98%.
Hmm.
And they're even predicting like, protein interactions, protein RNA interactions, protein
Hmm.
ligand interactions. So it's amazing. The next step though is like, okay, you can model proteins interacting, but now what does it look like in a system where with water and ions? And I saw this picture of like the most detailed picture of a cell to date, and I was like, holy crap, there's a lot going on there,
Hmm.
right? Like, so
So
the
true, man.
transport and all of this, it's like, how does it work in vivo? When does in silico match in vivo, right? And I don't
Yeah.
know if that's an easy bridge to cross.
That's a really good question, man. Yeah. I mean, the cell is so complex. It really is like an entirely like different world that we can even like comprehend. I mean, dude, just even like going snorkeling, right? I like put my like snorkel mask on and I go like into the world, like the marine world, and it's just like, well, this is an entirely different universe that is there, and I had no idea until now. And then now it's like just imagine that with a whole different universe into like kind of like what's going on into the cell. It's so cool. It's so amazing, man. I really wish that I could like sit there like as a synthetic biologist or whatever, like just viewing it, just like this. I think it's going to be so crazy. I don't know if we're ever going to be able to do that, but really just like having a camera going and just like viewing like what's happening inside the cell, that'd be so cool, dude. I would nerd out and just watch that, just like watching an aquarium, you know?
Yeah, so I don't know if we'll ever. I mean, it seems like we're getting there. I don't know. I saw this like provocative post where someone said, "We're hitting this inflection point where all you need to do is stay alive,
Hmm.
or not, unalive yourself, and you'll live till like 130 or 140, right?" And
Yeah.
and so
That's
I'm
the
wondering
Ray
if we're gonna crack a
Kurzweil
lot
like
of this.
singularity idea where it's like if all we are is a set of neurotransmitters in our brains and the ratio of neurotransmitters creates our personality and who we are, then that ratio and that molar concentration of neurotransmitters could be replicated inside of a basically a computer. And so that means like who you are at like not it would basically be able to create yourself inside of a digital world. So, but like, I mean, just remember, like, you could clone yourself right now. You could take your DNA and clone it and create another organism that has your same matching DNA, but it's not going to be you. It's not going to be like, obviously you're not going to be able to see through that organism, or you're not going to be able to command that organism. And people like kind of, have this happening right now with dogs. So it's actually kind of like a weird thing where people have their dog be cloned, and it's kind of like a jarring thing. I was watching this video of this couple that had their beloved dog, and they had obviously they had twins because like in IVF and stuff like that, you're more likely to have twins than not. And they were really sad that their clone dogs were so different. They were like, they had one of the clones like actually bit them, which was like like what? Like I can't believe like the original dog would never have done this. I can't believe this is happening. And it was kind of like a jarring experience. And I felt kind of bad for them that I feel like maybe they got strung along by the company that like did that to them. But um, yeah,
Do you
I don't
think
know.
it's a nature versus nurture thing, or do you think there's like some type of stochastic, like unpredictable, like noise?
Um, that's a good question, man. I mean, I don't know. I think it might be some like epigenetic markers, right? Where you kind of like it's just so different. It is so different. But organisms are, yeah, I think that'd probably be my best guess, is that it would be kind of like like an epigenetic silencing kind of thing. Uh, as they're growing up, it is. Oh, I know. It's the latest Nathan Fielder show. It was their third season of Rehearsal or whatever. It's a really good show. You should watch it. But yeah, it was them. Yeah, dude. It's there's a lot going on inside of an organism, and we can't just like entirely replicate it. And you see this, by the way, with people that have brain tumors or something. It pushes. There's a Radiolab episode that goes into this really, really well, and they talk about it, where people will have a brain tumor that completely pushes down on part of their brain, completely changes who they are. It changes that kind of like ratio. It changes that that stuff to the point where now they're doing things that they never would have done. Like they become like murderous kind of thing. They're a lot more violent, or just their personality can change entirely.
Yeah, when you
Yeah,
start
that's wild.
disrupting like the signal, like the pathways of, electrical impulses of nerves and stuff like that, can, you can get a lot of quote unquote variances,
Yeah. It's
Right
crazy,
on.
man.
Well, I'm gonna hit to bed, but
Cool.
Alan, I shot you a follow, and Dr. Greg, thank you for having me on, man.
Yeah, Nico,
I'll
I'll DM you the papers, the Francis Arnold papers,
yeah
and dude, thank you for talking to me about all the data science stuff and introducing me to that. I
yeah
really
yeah.
appreciate
I'll
it.
next time we'll talk more about some projects and stuff. But yeah, for sure,
Yeah,
man.
anytime, bro. Thank you.
Yep.
Cool. So, Alan, what what kind of research are you doing right now, or what are you working on?
Right now, I'm just at a contract manufacturing for different biotechs all along this region, actually around the world.
Okay, cool.
Nothing too fancy. Just working for a bunch of PCR type companies like BioNano and whatnot.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I want to get back into the hard science, but like you said before, it's not it's not the greatest landscape right now.
I know. I hope that changes, man. I feel like a lot of it. It's tough, man. I mean, it's like one of those things where it's like the silent killer. Not a lot of people know who, like scientists, so it's not really something that people are impacted by. They're every day. They're not going to be like, oh well, the scientists that I'm talking about are talking about how they're losing their jobs or anything like that. It's kind of just going to be something that we see and we kind of live through, and people are kind of like going to have to realize. So
Yeah. 2 points to that actually is like, the companies that do well, they have kind of like a bread and butter product that's mainstream. Pfizer has Desitin, right? Johnson and Johnson has baby oil. So no matter what, they're going to have throwaway money. And even though they're not stupid with their money, at least they have padding and cushion,
yeah,
you know. So that's kind of like when I was at Dexcom, that's kind of what they were, they went backwards. They have a really good product for, monitoring blood glucose. But eventually I sniffed out what the overall plan was. And, it was to get into non-FDA regulated products like meal replacements and shakes and stuff like that, so to help with the diabetic lifestyle. And then the second point is probably more of a question toward you, is that,
Sure.
with what we were saying earlier about the whole job market and whatnot, and how people don't think about scientists in their everyday life.
Yeah.
Do you feel that there is a suppression for, by powers that be, to kind of either control the industries or kind of suppress the knowledge that's coming out? Because a lot of this stuff, a lot of the innovations are kind of on a national security scale.
I think I'm not 100% sure what you're like alluding to, like genuinely. But I think in general, like the United States is like a lot more cautious, and I think that people realize like FDA is really cautious in bringing things out. We've never really had the latest and breakneck innovations available to the U.S. public. Like one of my professors at UCR, she had she had developed, she was a chemist, and she had developed a glue that was a local, like if you take a Tylenol, right, which is inflammation for pain or whatever, and you take it orally, it's going to have to diffuse, and there's going to be like, there's going to be some innate inefficiency with that. But the idea was like, wow, wouldn't it be able to be good to apply that where it is, where it's needed the most? And basically the surgical glue that that surgeons apply to stitch you up, they actually made the glue out of polymers that are those anti-inflammatory drugs.
And how it delivers directly.
Yeah, exactly. And they could get it approved anywhere else in the world, in Europe and everywhere else, but they couldn't get it applied, couldn't get it passed in the United States. And the United States is such a big market for stuff like that they basically couldn't have the company. It didn't work because of that. So it's always been a little bit, it's really frustrating. I've always kind of wished that the FDA was more amenable to new technologies. So that's why it's kind of funny that the notion of like it was too quick on the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine. It was kind of hilarious to me, because it's like, dude, there's no way no way that if there's anything, the FDA is too cautious, not like breakneck kind of thing.
It's like, based on your track record, this is kind of lightning speed. But
exactly.
Yeah, I wanted to. Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's but I mean the real innovation, how ever since basically the 80s, when universities were able to patent things, that was kind of like the real thing that changed a lot of how science is getting funded and how innovation goes from the lab, which is where the research actually happens in order to understand the mechanisms, then to actually creating the tools that are then used in companies to make products and create. In order to create a product, you need to have some type of guarantee that nobody else is going to make that product, or else you're not going to invest millions of dollars in order to do that. So basically you created this ability for universities to create patents. And in order to, then that's kind of like changed universities entirely to really not be about, in my opinion, right now, they're not really about necessarily education based. They're kind of about patents and getting patents out there. So it's a little frustrating. I wish that universities really did focus more on those type of like novel breakthroughs and stuff, and it kind of stymies them, and really in pushing for those high risk, high reward projects, because they want the patents, and they want that kind of like that startup spinoff kind of thing to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have like the NSF and NIH, which are really notoriously cautious too. I mean, the joke for one of those R1 grants is that it's like you have to have half of the project done in order to even get get one of them, and that's like
That's
the
insane.
multi-million-dollar grant that actually allow you to get the stuff anyway in order to do the research, which just seems like a lot of money. But then you have 60% of it going to the university because they need to, you basically need to pay rent and utilities to the university in order to take that. So you start off with like, a $2 million grant over 5 years. And then now you got, not that much going left, right? You have like 800,000,
salary.
800,000 to do it over 5 years, which is like, okay, 800,000 over 5 years. That seems like a lot of money. Again, now you got to get, you have to pay for the equipment costs, right? So it's like $200,000 microscope or an addition to the microscope in order to do the study. So now we're down to $600K, and then you have to pay 2 researchers that are going to be $70,000 each. So now we've gone from 2 million to 600,000, and we're not even going to be able to pay both of them for that, the research costs. So that's kind of like why research gets really, really stymied. And that doesn't even include, by the way, which this actually really makes me mad, the NSF money and the NIH money, and exactly what I'm talking about. Like, because we have our healthcare provided to us by our employers, we have to spend NSF and NIH money on healthcare costs.
Right.
So the payroll costs, in order to actually, because basically a university professor is kind of like a startup in and of itself, they have to pay payroll costs and they have to pay healthcare costs. So
Yes.
the $30 billion that we have for NIH funds, the parts that actually go in for research, like 30% of that payroll cost is actually going to healthcare costs, which is just like, like, it's so frustrating. But that should be 100% science based, man. That we should be spending 100% on our money there on the actual science, not trying to fill the gaps on our really inefficient healthcare system. So
Should, yeah.
I think,
And the problem is
go ahead.
like if they don't spend, like let's say they fought for, that money to be redirected, and they don't spend it all, then that tells, the governing bodies that, hey, you don't need that much.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, hey, we'll taper off what we give you. So it's kind of like a catch-22.
Yeah. It's tough, man. I mean, it's really tough to do research. It already was really tough, and like with everything being taken out, basically, my friends at the Department of Energy are basically saying that like next year they have no money for universities, basically. So they're not putting any money towards any type of renewable or sustainable energy development across any university, and it's all going to national labs. Since the false notion was that all of our science spending was like going to woke ideology stuff, like, well, they're getting around that by saying, okay, we can go to the national labs, which I mean, it has its benefits too. National labs are more research focused. In the Department of Defense is where most of our science spending goes anyway. It's what it does. What it really hurts are these universities and these kind of like incubators of ideas, and the ability for those ideas to really permeate and catch on and be reproducible and help the universities and help those individual science creators. And so it's just going to cause like universities to a lot of their money comes from the grants and stuff like that. Like you have to, it hurts the students a lot. You're exactly right. It's like programs everywhere are going down. The grad, like we just had someone on last night who they were talking about, they got offered a position at a PhD program, but then their program went down from like 30 people to 2 people, and she got cut. So, people aren't going to know about this until not just like now they're not going to know about it. They're not going to know about it in like 20 years when you don't have the PhDs here in order to like create the companies in the future. So we're hitting 2 generations now. We're hurting the current PhDs and postdocs and professors, and then we're hurting the next generation. And then it's just the compounding impacts that we're going to see is just going to be, it's going to be so tough. It's going to be so tough. I really feel like it's like a watershed moment. Like people like really overuse these terms, I understand, and people have been crying. They're not crying, but like alarm bells have kind of gone off for the last 10 years about these people that are really trying to hurt our institutions and hurt universities. But I really feel like now, since the Supreme Court has really just done no job in stymieing any of this, and these unconstitutional rulings from the executive branch are just not being thwarted, we're actually trying to figure out ways. It's like, oh yeah, no, the president definitely has like spending. It can actually dictate the spending of congressionally passed legislation. Like, that doesn't make any sense, people. That is not how any of our Constitution works. So it's insane. It's insane, man. It is really insane.
Yeah, and the other hard part too is that you know, if we wanted universities to kind of go back to their core principles of when they were founded, like outreach, community outreach, the problem is, it's easy for like maybe agricultural, for liberal arts, and these types of things to reach out to the community for assistance, right? And I don't want to say assistance, but like, hey, this is what we're doing for you, kind of stuff. But if you or I were out to go out there and be like, hey, we're looking into zero wastage of the yeast cell, and all of the organelles within, like we don't even have the language to talk to a lot of people to like
Yeah,
to garner support, so it's like,
that's true, man. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, even an undergrad degree doesn't really get you to understand what actually happens in terms of research that happens at like the PhD level and above. It really is wild. I mean, you're like, I try to explain it to people in the guise of like you're watching a movie right at an undergrad level, which is something. You're watching a movie about how to fly a plane, and then let's say maybe at a high school level, you're like kind of like you're watching a movie, and then at the undergrad level, maybe you're flying a toy plane. You actually get to fly a toy plane, but then at the grad level, you're actually like flying the plane now. So it's like, it is a completely different scale of understanding that you need to have. So for example, like I graduated 2011 from UCSD, okay, as a bio undergrad. It's one of the top public bio programs in the world, like legitimately. And I was taking a genetics class, and it was still like Punnett squares and all these kind of like old notions of like, it hasn't like changed since, Gregor Mendel and like all this kind of stuff. And then like literally at the very end, the last, week, the last paragraph basically of one of the slides was like, oh yeah, and like next generation sequencing is like a thing now, there's a couple of different types, and it's kind of like a cool thing that's happening, but like whatever, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I go to the biotech that I worked at, and after a couple of years, I wound up making it into the next generation sequencing team, and that's like all we did was this next generation sequencing team. I was like trying to bring these old notions of like Punnett squares, or like, how does breeding work? Is this going to make sense in this? And my advisor at the time was like, dude, we're just going to sequence the whole genome. We're not going to like rely on a Punnett square. It's like, we're going to spend the, what was it, $5,000 in order to whole genome sequence the entire thing. This is like, we spend $1 million a month, like operating here. You don't think that we're going to spend $5,000 on sequencing? Like, what are you talking about? So it's like, genetics now looks like data science. It looks like programming more than it looks like a Punnett square. Like, what are we doing trying to teach people about like genetics and using these old notions and these, and it's just, it's completely different. It's a whole different world. And then, using next generation sequencing and creating those libraries now, and like the PCR that needs to amplify parts of the genome specifically is a whole different other skill. And, I could go on for this entire like 2 hours talking about all the different skills and skill sets that you need in order to do it. And it's like the undergrad, like not only didn't prepare me, but it kind of like almost gave me a false notion of like what genetics is. And you would have like people that would be taking that undergrad genetics class that maybe would be great geneticists. Maybe they are really interested in computer science and stuff, but they thought that like Punnett squares are stupid. Why are we doing a hierarchy chart? This is kind of weird, but they're like bored with that. And, I mean, honestly, like that was actually one of the experiences that created me to do science communication here. It's like why I'm like here right now, is like to try to give people what is actually happening in science. And I will use jargon. And I know that not everyone understands what I'm saying, and that's okay. We are in a space where it is safe that you don't understand everything that's going on, but I will try to explain to you. I'm holding out a hand to bring you into how science actually is happening, what science actually is. And we're trying to raise the discourse up of science, right? We're not trying to dumb it down so that it's like, oh, building blocks are like Legos, and we need to. No, that's not. We need to try to elevate the discourse, and like unfortunately, undergrad programs aren't like that, and it's really hard. It's really, really hard, man. And I don't know if like undergrad degrees should be kind of like, I don't think that they should be a jobs program. I don't think that they should be like teaching you how to be a geneticist, but what they should be doing is like, this is what's happening in genetics right now, guys. You're taking a genetics class. This is the cool things that are happening right now. Like, you want to like see some cool stuff. Like, this is like, look at all these papers that are these advancements in science and all that kind of stuff. But let's like break down the basic concepts that we are seeing here so that you can understand this. And then if you really like it, then you could go into a grad program to push it, right? And you become a world expert in this. But we have to like look at science as it is. We can't start at Gregor Mendel and then work our way up. Like, it's just it's too much going on. We have to start at the cool spots. We have to talk about what you're actually excited about. And professors hate teaching. I'm sorry to say, like 95% of your undergrad professors hate teaching. You drink beers with them and they loathe it. It's the worst part. The worst quarter of every 2 years is having to teach because of this. They're not excited about the subject that they're teaching. It just is what it is. They're teaching because that's where the money is for their research, right? They're there because that's how they get the grants, and that's how they specifically, good reviews is how they get tenure and that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what the exact I know what the undergrad degrees right now are just not getting people to the place that they need to be, and maybe it's because like high school isn't enough. Maybe that's tough. I mean, but then you see some high school programs that are like doing PCR and stuff like that, but that's tough, dude. It's funny, like, so I did this too. I was a professor of microbiology. I was the professor. I wasn't a TA the last couple quarters of my PhD. I was the professor because it like paid a little bit more. So I was involved in actually creating the actual curriculum for my class, and I had this experience obviously, and I wanted to change something. I wanted it to be a little bit different, and so I felt it was very weird, honestly. One, none of my advisors actually checked my my syllabus to make sure that I was teaching what I was teaching, so I could teach whatever I wanted. And then two, this was like 2 years after. I mean, we're talking about 2023, so 3 years after a pandemic. I'm teaching an upper division microbiology class at a UC, one of the best institutions in the world of public learning. And like the last quarter's microbiology slides had one slide at the very bottom talking about, like, when we were talking about viruses, we were talking about coronaviruses, and then one bullet at the bottom was like, and this is what this was actually what the pandemic was. This was a coronavirus, and I was like, this is what we are using. Like this is such a teachable moment. This is one of the biggest things in microbiology that has ever existed in your life. Like this, you lived through this. You could learn about this. So I basically like took three lectures at the end of the thing, and I talked about how like the population genetics of coronaviruses before the outbreak. So what did we know going into pre-2020, so that we like knew what do we know about coronaviruses, what do we know about population genetics of bats for the viruses that go in there. I talked about viral recombination, kind of like talking about what this stuff was. And then I spent a whole day and I presented papers, like actual papers, where I'm looking at figures and we're showing like what actual science looks like. I'm trying to introduce them to real concepts that real microbiologists use. And then the second day was just a Wuhan outbreak, what actually happened that day. So we went over the Picard 2022 paper, the Worobee 2022 paper. We went through some molecular forensics papers. I think I covered like 5 papers in one lecture, 1 hour and a half lecture. And normally you do 0, by the way, in an undergrad lecture. You're just talking about definitions and that kind of stuff. But I was doing like 5 or 6 actual research papers that I was excited about, because that's the stuff that I like to read. So, and then after that was basically a whole thing on the what happened afterwards. Like, so, because science is political, we all have to be, you can't separate science from politics. If anything, the last 10 years has shown us that, specifically with the pandemic, that's shown us that. And absolutely with what we've been talking about the last 20 minutes, that is, science absolutely is political, right? And it's politicized and we have to defend it. So we talked about, and I brought one of my streamer friends on because I was doing science outreach on Twitch at the time, and we were doing this science communication thing on Twitch. So I brought him on, and he gave a remote lecture on basically falsificationism, Karl Popper, like why do we believe the things that we believe, how misinformation and disinformation can be created, and yeah, it was honestly a really, really cool week, because I was like, I actually have a chance to change this. And we had like a question and answer kind of afterwards, where he stayed on and they were able to ask questions that they had heard. And we went through like papers, and I got like really cool feedback on that. And everyone was like, wow, this is a really different week. That was incredible that we got to do that. So it just takes a lot of effort, man. It just takes a lot of effort in order to do stuff like that. And I think that professors don't really like care.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of preparation that you need to do to bring a streamer on and, have papers ready and, kind of like it's live. So you're going to be bouncing off each other too. So you even don't know how that's going to turn out. That's crazy.
Well, we had done we were doing panels at that time and like talking. I had rapport with him, where he's like he's actually the best friend that I got during grad school, was someone that, lived in Vermont, and we were doing the science communication thing together. And it was just really fun to get someone else out in the world that was, trying to do hard science and actually communicate what is actually happening in the world and what's actually going on in science. And so that was, it was really cool. But I didn't get it approved. I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna freaking do this, and so didn't ask for permission. I just did it. It's always easier to ask for forgiveness, right, than ask for permission to begin with. So
Exactly.
but it was I think like science communication is tough, man. I really do think that it is tough. I mean, it's easy to kind of look back at the pandemic and say like, oh, we could have done messaging better. RNA vaccines coming out when people didn't really understand what RNA was, minus like their bio class that they took years ago. And now it's like this is the ancient concept that they have to kind of like, quote unquote trust. And what is that? It's it is tough. The skills that are needed in order to be a scientist aren't necessarily the skills that you need in order to be a professor, which aren't necessarily the skills that you need in order to be a science communicator. So, I mean, think about all the science communicators that Bill Nye the Science Guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson. They're not actually scientists. Like, no offense to them. I love Bill Nye the Science Guy. We like watch it with my kids still. But he's not like an actual bench scientist. Right. So it's tough, man. There's it's a different skill set. And then here, like I got lights set up here. I got a setup here. I've spent money on this mic setup. There's a thing. Maybe you'd be watching if I just had my phone up and I was just talking to my phone. I mean, maybe that is kind of the cool thing with TikTok, is that it's a little bit more personal, but like I care enough in order to actually make myself sound good to you so that you will want to listen to me like with your ears. Right. So I like brought a nice microphone, a camera that I'm looking into. Like, it's just, there's a startup cost associated with this. And that's most scientists aren't going to do. They want to do science. That's why they're a scientist. So, and I think that the right mechanism basically is like to tie science communication in and make it integral to making getting grants. So you have to, there's a couple mechanisms. You have to create some friction someplace. You have to touch science communication and maybe with publications. So one way of doing it would be publication, like Nature Science has to kind of like create like a video that they would put out on YouTube. That's like a 5-minute explainer, kind of like going through what it is, kind of making the graphs, making everything so that they could put it out there and be like proud of it. You could do it at the publication level. You could do it at the tenure level. So that's how like a lot of outreach programs already are kind of like self-regulated within professors, that you need to show some type of outreach in order to become a tenure. And you have tenure works by basically a peer of your professors voting on whether or not you get professor or not. And you need to show that you've gone to an elementary school or, talking about that, or you have an elementary school tour of the lab, or you have gone to science fairs or something like that, like, giving out into the community. Which works because when you apply for a grant, for an NSF grant or NIH grant, they want to see that outreach too. So it's kind of like a little cyclical thing and that kind of stuff. That would be like one mechanism in order to do it, but they don't recognize that. They don't recognize any of that. I told my PI that I was doing some type of science communication on YouTube, and he was like, "What? Like, why are you wasting your time on that? Like, what are you doing? Like a Twitch? Like, what does that even mean? Like, what are you talking about?" Yeah. So, and imagine a professor like going to his other professors being like, "Hey guys, I'm like wasting my time and my nobody's going to recognize that." So, I think that the best mechanism is probably the publication route, where these publications already do have the graphic designers, they do have the media prowess, they have YouTube channels already, they have editors. It's just, and you already pay them, like $7,000-8,000 for a publication in order to have your stuff published. I feel like they should have to produce something in order to do that and have it like be an explainer.
Yeah, for sure. No, we're actually kind of lucky that we have publications like that, because otherwise, the general populace just won't know what we're doing, and
Mm-hmm.
there's already a distrust for our circle of uh, like anytime you hear the word nuclear, like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, it just evokes so many emotions. Now you hear RNA, now you hear AI, now you hear, and the general population is, very, I don't want to say they're distrusting, but they'll look at you sideways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I mean, they don't understand like that the science changing during the pandemic, for example, that was like a good thing, right? I mean, sometimes like some things that happened during the pandemic were really like crazy for me. Like I was crazy that they didn't, like, so for example, like they didn't recommend boosters at the beginning, which was like, what? It's like we knew that the antibody levels were dropping off at 6 months by all of the Moderna data that was out there. So let's just say someone I know was going and telling their parents to make sure that they went and said that they never got a COVID shot and get a second one at 6 months. So before the CDC was recommending it, and then it happened, and that person was like, "Oh, well, I wish that you had done it before, but at least my family is was or that person's family was protected doing illegal vaccines, so, but I mean, that's just like a way that you can like know you have, like, science has predictive qualities, right? That we have, that
Right.
it's like we know
Pattern
things are
recognition.
happening. Yeah. Like that's one of the benefits of it. That's why the Wuhan Institute of Virology is where it is. And that's actually a good thing, because it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense that it's there, because, we had a predicted quality of that being there. In things, it's tough, man. I do think though, like in the last 5 years, something that has been a really pernicious part that we don't really recognize or show is that, one, I think that there's a lot of like disinformation that's being pumped by bad actors, by bad political actors like Russia and those type of people that are purposely disseminating these disinformation. Two, we also have the rise of AI algorithms that are basically purposefully built in order to mess with you, like you purposefully. Your idea of things that you're going to click on or not click on, it learns like about you specifically. And this is different than like the 2016 Facebook wall, where it's like, oh, I know that you you spent a little bit longer on here and you like this stuff and you like that stuff. So I'm going to filter out, all like, specifically to give you this ad. It's a specific AI algorithm in order to mess with you specifically. So
Right.
people that are maybe more paranoid or in general, or skeptic or something, are being pushed these things that, oh, isn't it interesting that, and they see it, and they see more and more evidence of it as they see it more in their feed, right? Where it wasn't a thing before that they even knew about, but now they see 100 stories about it in their feed, and they're like, maybe this is real. And I think that is like that's a pattern recognition thing that's happening with humans that we see. We're good at pattern recognition. That's how our brain works. And we that's an evolutionary thing, by the way. Like we have literally in our brains like a spatial map that we create with our ideas, because like we need to recognize like map, like a bush tree leads to the water. Like we that was in our brains, that we need to memorize that in order to get to the nutrients and the water that we need and work well together. And now that's being exploited in our brains by these AI algorithms that are specifically purposely built to mess with. Everyone has their own AI algorithm to mess with them specifically.
Yes.
It's really a breakthrough in like how these algorithms work. And A Duke, I mean, honestly, man, like if it does work incredibly well, obviously, because people show up, which they hear, which is incredible. And there is something different that TikTok does. Like I would be talking, on Twitch or YouTube or whatever for hours by myself. So the fact that there's actually people in chat right now is like actually kind of wild to me. That's really cool. This is like my first week doing TikTok lives. I started last week, so this is really cool. But we have to talk about this, right? We have to be aware of what's happening. And I feel like it is creating a people that are inducible to this. I'm not an MD, but I really feel like it's inducing some type of paranoid schizophrenia inside of people where they're not able to discern reality from non-reality.
Yeah.
And
I kind of call it like AI algorithm assisted psychosis. It's kind of like because they data mine, they know, what you search on Google, they know what you like on your different social media feeds, they know what you comment on, they know where you go, everything. So they can formulate an AI that just knows you.
Yep.
It knows you better than yourself. And it can feed you like however it deems in order to keep you hooked to the screen,
Exactly. Yeah, it's the dangers of what we live through. It's kind of like marketing, on steroids, where it's like really, we put limits on advertising. Okay. Like we do, like that was like back in the 80s, like it started like for example, you have laws for TV where you can't do, if you had Spider-Man showing, okay, the Spider-Man, the TV show, you couldn't run ads for a Spider-Man toy in the ad break.
Yeah.
It's that restrictive.
Yeah.
And yet,
like you can't show someone drinking a beer on a commercial now.
Yeah. Like, so we know that humans are susceptible to this stuff, and it's not like were we doing that bad before? Like, oh man, I never got a Spider-Man toy. I didn't even know they existed because, like no, dude, come on. We all know that everyone knew that the Spider-Man, we got plenty of Spider-Man toys. There was never a problem getting one, but now you have that constantly, right? You have Hot Wheels monster trucks that has their own YouTube channel. And like my kids watch it, like hey, I'm as guilty of this as everyone, right? The monster truck has their own YouTube channel that you can buy toys of those monster trucks in the show. Mm-hmm. So, but that wouldn't work like on the TV channel. So I feel like our regulations from the FTC are so archaic and they haven't been adapted. I mean, the senators and congressmen just got figured out what the internet was like 3 months ago. So we have to you have to clue them in a little bit. But it's really pernicious and it's sad, man. It's really sad. You see these kids like get they don't know like that. What an ad is, they don't know, like one of my kids came up to me and was like, did you know that like trucks are built Ford tough? Like you should why don't we get a Ford? Because they're built tough. And I'm like, dude, okay, we need to, let's stop. Like, okay, that's an ad and that's paid for by, they don't understand what that is, So it's evil in a way, but we have to let people know, what's going on. We have to help people not be taken advantage of. And I feel like it's just happening so much, man.
For sure. Yeah. Man. Hey, good talk. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. You're welcome anytime. Thanks for all the chemistry stuff. That was really fun to talk to you about it.
It's like I'm the one guy that mentioned sapphire energy last time.
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
Yeah. I worked in Steve Mayfield's algae biofuels lab. That's
that's so
where
cool.
I got my my start. I was cleaning glassware and cleaning beakers in his lab. So,
Cool, man. Have a
yeah.
good night.
All right, you too, man. All right, everyone. Cool. Well, anyone's welcome to join if you guys got a science question. If you want to become a scientist, we were doing career advice last night on like how you could break into that. Maybe you're an undergrad and you're interested in grad school. We could talk about that. So, or you have like a science question, or you heard a conspiracy that you want like some answers to that you don't understand. It's all up to you, whatever you want. I don't know who that is, but thank you. I appreciate it. A Duke, it's a fear drive. I do think that it's like something that is, people are living in a lot of fear. You're stoking that anxiety, right? They're stoking that. The prefrontal cortex doesn't work as well when the amygdala is active. I wonder. I don't do human science, but that I'll trust your. But that's kind of like that's like the fight or flights, right? Where you're if you're in fight or flight, you're not going to be able to like reason as well. So I think that makes sense. Oh, thank you. I will. My so I have a microbiology PhD, and in order to research microbiology, I use nanotechnology techniques. So I use nanotechnology tools to deliver DNA to algae chloroplasts for the first time. So that was kind of like that's what my stuff was. So basically, the world of nanotechnology existed in plants, and we could deliver DNA into plants, but we had never before done any type of algae work. So algae was this, basically nobody had added or looked at the intersection between algae and nanotechnology. And I was kind of the first person to do that. So it's kind of is a brand new field that's never existed before. So it wasn't like I don't have a bunch of citations on my paper, or anything, which is, it is what it is. But but it was fun to explore that and to kind of like develop new technologies. And I think it was tough. It didn't work. My original aim, my original dissertation goal, it wasn't met, and we had to kind of switch tracks. And the pandemic unfortunately happened right when my wife was pregnant and we're having another baby. So we had to be super cautious, and kind of killed a lot of my lab time, unfortunately, right? Because your first 2 years of your PhD is basically going to class and all that kind of stuff. And then the rest of it is your lab time. Just as I was transitioning into lab, I had the pandemic, so kind of hurt my lab time. But yeah, in general, it was really fun. Nanotechnology stuff is really interesting. I think the biggest thing that I learned about nanotechnology that I didn't know before it was that nanotechnology had like existed for a really long time. So basically, nanoparticles are anything that are smaller than 100 nanometers. And so nanoparticles aren't like a new thing that had just been invented because of like recent advancements. It's they had been used and recognized since like the 50s. Excuse me. And they basically, nanoparticles are less than 100 nanometers, but then the functionalization and making them used for a specific purpose, that's going to be nanotechnology. So how they're coded, how they are used is different. And nanotechnology is used in a whole variety of ways. It's used in the COVID vaccines, for example. So COVID vaccines, the RNA pieces of DNA needs to be protected and it's protected by lipid nanoparticles, LNPs. So lipid nanoparticles coat the nucleotides, and that allows it to get into the cell. Yeah, that's tough, man. That was really tough. I feel really bad for my friends and my the undergrads that were going in during that lockdown period. I do feel rough for them. That's like there's a lot that they had to go through, and it was tough. It was tough for like everyone. I think we are in a lot of ways, I'll be honest. I think a lot of ways that people are kind of wusses about it, right? They're kind of like soft about it. I think the Joe Rogans of the world kind of like complain and got so mad about like having to stay home for a couple of weeks when, if we had just actually done it and actually quarantined, we would actually not be in a worse spot. But for the people that I did quarantine, that we did actually lock down, it was really bad. So I that whole year I only left the house like 3 or 4 times. So it was crazy. We did like I left the house for like going out to do a dog walk or something like that, but we I didn't go to a grocery store or anything like that. We had it all delivered and we stayed in, and so it was a cool time though for me bonding with my sons at the time, to like that I got some really quality bonding. One of them was 1 at the time, and I really got some cool time with him, and the other one was 3, so I was able to really get some unique time with them. Yeah, Tiger King. Yeah, dude, that was crazy. Nanotech, like how diatoms grow and divide. So yeah, so diatoms are really interesting for like nanomaterials. So their nanomaterials are study diatoms because they have these really intricate structures, and they're really strong. And Garrett wants to do it again. Okay. And so diatoms actually have like a really interesting way of existing and being stronger than what we would think. So we're trying to create basically better nanomaterials based off of evolution and based off of nature. What's up, Garrett? How's it going?
Yo, can you hear me, Dr. Greg?
Okay. Oh, you guys both want to come in at the same time? Oh my God. Do you guys know each other?
Who?
QFK?
No, I don't know him. Is that the guy that was from last night?
Yeah. You guys are both requesting to join at the same
Dr.
time.
Greg, I am, my lawyers will be coming to your house for defamation. I did not have consent to be posted on your TikTok.
Oh, okay. Well, it's true, dude. It's true. I'm sorry.
If
Sorry.
you do not take
It was a bad clip. It was all civil for like an hour, and then you guys went off the deep end at the end, and I just got really frustrated. So
Yeah, I know. But you did get my friend banned for about a week,
dude, honestly, it showed up. I actually for you did show up on my like little like TikTok studio thing, and it was like, you're speaking out of pocket. Do you want to kick this person? And I didn't do it, and then
I respect
he got kicked instantly. And I don't even think that he said anything like controversial or bad. I genuinely don't understand. So
Yes.
it really frustrates me, because it's like I like, as a scientist, like you have to give me a space in order to respond to like conspiracies and talk about things, or else like they just go unquestioned and unanswered, right? And that's not fair. So I genuinely want everyone to feel like this is safe for you to come in and like ask the questions that you have, and I think that's how we have like a productive dialogue and stuff.
Yep, I agree with that. It was another day. Did you have a good day today, Greg?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I just had to do like errands and stuff with the kids, and it was fun. But yeah, how about you?
It was a good day. Yeah, I just went to the gym, worked on my
Nice.
truck, dipped a little bit.
Nice.
Wow.
Do you do full body, or are you doing bro split? I think you're a bro split kind of guy.
No, I don't bro split. No.
Really? What do you?
No, I do a weird cycle. Just Yeah, but it was another day with COVID evolving and still no talk about it.
I know.
I don't know
Isn't
how
it crazy
violent.
that HIV
I don't
is in
know.
pandemic and yet we have no
I
talk
don't know.
about
I
that
just
too?
wanted to talk about that. I wanted to talk about that today.
Okay, sick. Go QFK. Go ahead.
HIV and its origins was man-made.
Definitely not.
It began when Kaprowski
Okay.
went to Africa and the Congo and administered a oral polio to African people using tissues of chimpanzee. And where they administered this drug, it was also the same places that HIV started popping up.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Dr. Greg, I did get.
Why do you think that like do you think
first
that
of
the
all,
virus is real? Like, let's just start with some questions,
of
right? So
course
let's
Yes.
start.
the virus is
Do
real.
you
The
think that the
is
virus
real,
actually
but
exists?
it was
Yes.
created to make money.
Okay. So because a lot of conspiracy people don't even believe that the HIV or AIDS is or that HIV even causes it. Okay, so I guess that's the next stage.
No,
so
it's real. It's
so the
just
microbe exists. So the
How did Michael
HIV
Irvin
virus
Johnson
exists,
survive it?
and then does it cause AIDS?
I don't know.
Okay. Has anyone developed AIDS without HIV?
I
Yes.
don't know.
Really?
Yes.
How?
My-
I'm not an
I could bring
MD,
my
but
uncle onto the line right now.
how's it going, Miss Cake?
Now-
I brought another person in just to
would you
dilute you
like
guys
to hear
out.
the actual origin of HIV, like the real one?
It is a real origin. Search up the book River.
No,
by Hooper.
like the actual real one. It's very interesting.
Mhm.
I mean, you guys can stay stuck on stupid with your
Okay.
anti-Semitic trope.
Okay, Miss Cake. Miss Cake,
Really,
Miss Cake.
or you can actually learn
Excuse me.
something.
Give her a
Excuse me, Miss
chance,
Cake.
guys. Give her
Do
a
you know
chance.
who-
Miss Cake, what are your qualifications, Miss
Do you
Cake?
know who?
It
do you
doesn't
know who
matter,
Bill
But I
guys.
know
Hamilton is?
shit.
Miss
No
Cake.
shit. Okay, typical from I won't say it, but you know.
Miss Cake.
No.
Do you know who Bill Hamilton is?
But
Have you heard
dude,
Bill
that's not
Hamilton?
science, man. Like that, what you're doing is an appeal to authority, and you're trying to say that like
Bill Hamilton isn't science. He's the most popular.
I don't know who he is.
evolutionist
I don't
besides
care who
Darwin.
he is. That's the whole. That's what I'm trying to tell
He's
you.
He's
I don't.
the guy who discovered that. It was from the
Well,
polio
It
thank
doesn't,
you,
vaccine.
dude. Okay, it's really important for you to realize right now. It actually doesn't matter who it is. It's about the data and the analysis and the publications and the scientific community. That is how consensus is made. It's not made by one person. Like, it's important for you to realize that.
Okay,
And
well, they wanted to
now
stop
I'm
the-
actually going to tell you what my authority is.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I started my work in human sexuality, public education,
Oh God.
training when I was 15, and that was
Oh,
a
Lord.
long
What is
time
that?
ago.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
All
Miss
right.
Cake,
Okay.
And
let me guess.
and
Was
I-
it a liberal arts college?
No,
Okay, I don't want to
It's
disqualify you.
Oh,
literally
that'd be
medical
bad,
training.
bro. You guys learn from like freaking memes and 4chan and your like whatever like freaking MAGA like manosphere
I go to
influencer you guys are
Stanford.
watching at that day. What is?
I'm not
You guys are getting your
disqualifying
MD
you. I'm not
from Fresh and
disqualifying
Fit, and you're like disparaging someone else. Like, get out of here.
No, I'm
Are
not
you
disqualifying
are you two chuckle fucks capable of muting and listening? Because that's why you're staying stupid.
It's true.
All right, go on, Miss Cake.
Wait,
Okay.
Miss Cakes, is there? I know we're talking about vaccines and a needle and all this stuff. There's actually this really good medicine called Ozempic.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying, like,
Oh yeah.
So?
So now you're body shaming. That's
no,
really
I'm just saying.
awesome
I'm
of
saying
you.
because you guys support vaccines and I do. I want to help you,
No,
you know?
like really, really cool of a little child, tiny boy, trying to body shame a grown ass fucking woman who doesn't give a shit. I know I'm fat. Get over it. I
It's
don't
okay.
have a problem with it.
It doesn't
Eat the
matter.
Well,
cake.
I don't want you
Eat
to
the
be okay with
cake.
that. I want
Guys.
you to
It
be
has
healthy.
not lick the cake.
You probably
Guys,
have a
I just want to let
metabolic.
you guys
Okay.
know. Okay, we have to put a
Licking the
time limit.
cake.
QFK and Garrett, I'm putting you guys. I'm happy that you're here. Okay, I am happy that you're here, but we're gonna put a 10-minute time limit. We're not gonna go for an hour like yesterday. Okay, bro. Like I'm just.
You went for
guys,
an hour yesterday?
Yeah, I know. We were having such a good time, bro. It was
But
a
hide the
good time.
truth, right, Dr. Greg?
So
The
you're
rich get richer, right? The rich get richer, and we stay
yes,
poor.
but I just want to let you know we have to put a time limit on it because last night went really long. So all right,
Dr.
so we just
Fauci, you are not an
but
American.
but like, do you guys understand? Like, did you guys check out Falsificationism with Karl Popper, that philosophy of science idea?
No, is it on Fox News? No, so I don't watch it.
No,
I mean, I have
where
the
do you
Open
guys?
Society
I know,
book.
Dude, Garrett. I would love one time for you just to like drop the mask and actually give me real answers. Like one time, you don't have honestly,
You
bro.
have to,
Honestly,
can you
not
answer
even
my question?
kidding. You could like DM me and we could just Discord call, and I'd love to actually like just talk to you like outside of this. You don't have
Well,
to.
can you answer it not
Yeah,
on
you guys
Discord? Can
can
you
come
tell
on my
me?
Discord. We can
Because it's
all
just
me
like
why?
it's
have this
crazy,
talk.
man. It's like this tongue in cheek, like super trolly thing, and you think I'm like naive or something, and I'm like an
I'm
old
not
dude that
trolling.
you're trying to take advantage of. I know. QFK, you're just a standard tanky, bro. It's okay, and you're dropping
Let's
Lysenkoism and
go.
stuff like, and I get it. Lysenko, by the he legitimately did kill people. Like Mao really did believe him, and he really did kill a lot
Yeah,
of
a lot
people
of
by
bad people.
really poor science. So I mean, instead of like planting drought or cold resistance crops, you know what he did, dude? He introduced cold to these crops. They put them in a refrigerator, and he thought that would actually like make them able to be withstand winters, and they couldn't. And that's where all like the Great Famine in China. That's where a lot of that happened. He literally
But you know,
the
Dr.
science
Greg,
killed millions of people.
that was the last famine to ever happen in China, and there were no more famines.
But okay, even still, though, you agreed then, but it was bad science that killed millions of people. Then
Well, any agrarian society industrializing faces problems.
but I'm just okay. But let's just agree then that it was bad science that he used, and it was based off of Lamarckian evolution, and the
I don't agree
Lysenko.
Lamarckianism is bad evolution. I think it's correct.
Okay, well, but genes exist, and that was the problem. Lysenko did not believe that genes were the main unit of heredity in biology, and he
True.
thought, which is wrong. Genes exist, and he thought he basically created maladapted plants that died, and that's where these people died from.
Dr. Greg,
Do you wait,
COVID,
QFK? Do you agree with that? Do you understand?
I mean, I hear you. I'm trying to understand your point by point what you're saying. But
Do you think
I
that
don't
genes
I don't
exist?
I think genes exist insofar as we inherit characteristics from our environment, and then RNA translates to DNA, not vice versa. DNA doesn't translate to RNA.
It's transcribed. Where does RNA come from?
So your cells have these senses that they can sense their environment, and when something changes, they learn that information, and that turns to RNA and goes to your DNA.
Okay. I
hey, what are you
fundamentally
talking about,
disagree.
bro?
I
What are you
honestly,
talking about?
That's not a thing.
I'm going to give you a video to watch where I actually talked to Haas about this.
Wait,
It's
You
for,
talk to Oz?
yeah, for over an hour about
What?
this. So yeah, bro. So dude, I'm telling you, man. Like you guys are trying to pull shit on me because you think I'm
Wait.
old and out of touch, but I'm with you.
You talk to Oz?
Yes, bro. Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
Dr. Greg, if you're friends with Fauci, are you also friends with other global elitists?
You know,
Are you
we try,
paid
dude.
by anyone to tell these people
The
these
dad's
lies?
a global elitist.
I know. I wish, dude.
Why was
I actually,
Fauci
I
in
love.
Wuhan
I want to
lab?
be
Why
an
was-
elitist. This
why
whole
was
thing about
Fauci-
elitism being bad, like, is so ridiculous to me because it's like, of course that I'm going to strive in order to be the best that I can. I want to be elite. I don't understand this whole idea of like that's how you become exceptional and
Dr.
actually
Greg.
contribute to society
Wait, so
is
Dr. Greg,
becoming like the
you're
whole
saying you
idea
wanna
of
become a
American
global elitist?
exceptionalism is that
Dr. Greg,
we
you remember
are being like better than average, and this whole idea that we all have to be dumbed down and we all have to like this lowest common denominator way of thinking
No,
is just
the culture
creating
of stupid.
bad
The
things.
culture of stupid. the
Dr.
culture
Greg
of
just said it
dumb.
here live, guys. He wants to be a global elitist. He wants to join in on the
But
The
he
whole-
doesn't have gyno. That's the problem. All the global elites have gyno. Like
Wait,
Bill
so
Gates.
Dr. Greg, answer me. Why was
Okay,
your peer,
are you
Dr.
little
Fauci?
boys capable
Shut
of
up, you
shutting the
fat
fuck
mama.
up?
Shut up.
Like, generally,
Let me
like,
speak.
are you
No one-
actually capable of it?
Here, I'll go on mute.
You
Please
have
stuff,
just spouted a
please stuff your face
non-stop
with food. No one wants to.
verbal
Dude,
diarrhea
okay, no personal
of
attacks, bro.
bad
Well, let me.
science. Can you please stop?
Yeah.
Please.
Can I
It's
please
just
speak?
gotta stop, man. Please, for fuck's sake. You're
All
not
right,
gonna
Miss
learn
Cake.
anything
Okay,
like
they
this.
got 2 more minutes, Miss Cake. They got 2 more
I
minutes.
have
Like,
not spoken.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
Dr.
Garrett.
Greg,
What's up?
why was your peer, Dr. Fauci, at the Wuhan lab when the COVID vaccine, when COVID broke? What happened? Why was he there?
What do you mean? He wasn't. Never did
What, he worked
any
at the
type of
Wuhan lab?
virology research there, bro. He never did
Yes, they
anything.
did. Yes, they did.
No. They funded it. We fund it,
They
and we
planted
want
it
that. We
there.
want them to be. We want that research to be funded.
You know what COVID did? It made China and Russia 10 times stronger and weakened the U.S.
Dude, no, we weakened the U.S. by all this
Stats.
conspiracy brain stuff. That's what actually weakens the U.S. If you actually want the United States to be stronger, then you need to support American science, and you need to not
No,
be
I
peddling in this
support-
disinformation
I
nonsense.
support Trump and the right side, the red side. I support America, not this science, climate change. Do you believe in climate change?
Yeah, humans are negatively
Oh my
impacting the environment.
gosh.
Absolutely,
Oh
dude.
my
Absolutely.
Climate change is not real.
Okay.
It's not.
You don't think that humans are having any impact on the environment?
No, it does not. No.
Okay, humans have no impact on the environment, but oh my gosh, what am I thinking about? Beavers
Yep, see?
beavers can transform an environment, but humans can't.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no,
so you
that's
literally
not
think
what we're
that
talking about.
beavers
That's not
have
what we're
more
talking
access to technology and the ways to change their environment than
We're talking
humans.
about. Yeah.
Send me the
Okay.
link.
All right, bro. You're just trolling. Okay. All right.
Well,
Okay.
no, I'm talking about climate.
Okay. QFK. All right. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'll give it.
I saw your DM. It just says like I couldn't click on anything.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not
Just
really-
type that in. I tried to link the YouTube video, but it's not doing it. Just type thepeer.review and it's my top video.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will do that.
Garrett, I gave you 15 minutes, bro. I was supposed to give you 10. I gave you 15. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're welcome to come on whenever, but people are just, people, it's fun, but it's not fun for people. It's fun for me, but it's, it is what it is. QFK,
Me and Garrett bring the entertainment value to your stream.
in a way, dude, you're exactly right. And I really hope to have people on this stream where people disagree with me and we can have civil discussions and all that kind of stuff, but we just have to like set a time limit because we can go around and around like we did yesterday for an hour and 15 minutes. So it's just kind of is what it is.
All right. Well, with that said, I'll let Miss Cake have the spotlight. Thank you,
Yeah.
Dr.
And
Greg.
I mean, the video with Haas is an hour and 10 minutes, bro. So you can have, I'm curious
yeah.
what you think.
I will let you know. Thank you, Dr. Greg.
Okay, bro. All right. Have a good one. How's it going, Miss Cake?
My Dr. Fauci.
Yeah.
Don't be dissing my Dr. Fauci. I'm sorry.
I know. Yeah, he has a polarizing figure for whatever reason. I don't know why. Like in the
He shouldn't have been.
yeah.
He should. It's like I don't understand how we think people. Like, how do people think you could negotiate with a virus?
Yeah.
Virus is unpolitical. That's like not a thing.
I think like Omar, we have to, man. We have to because it's growing. That's the problem. I wish that more people were rational and we could create like just existing. I honestly wish that publications, as a scientist, man, you see the publication history, you see the evidence, and it's so obvious. But to a lot of people, it's just not enough because they don't understand it. We don't have the ability to discern. And here, we'll just bring everyone in. JB Gold and Puff Puff Pass.
I've got I've got this other creator that I'm been really hyping up that I think you'd really like,
Okay.
called Public Enlightenment.
Okay.
And his thing is about helping people dissect their media diet
Okay.
and and do better with discernment. That's his thing.
Okay. That's a
So
cool idea.
I think it's like a side of this that I think a lot promoting him to a lot of my science geek creators. See, Marsha says he's great. He's great,
Cool.
and he's very funny. He does
Cool.
like the whole, yeah, and he hosts a good live.
Yeah,
But
I
I
mean,
still want to explain.
this is my first week on TikTok Live, so like, if I would love that idea. So thank you for any ideas, and anyone like genuinely, I'm new to this, so thank you for any type of ideas or connections or whatever. I think like that was a big part of how like the Twitch world and the YouTube world for me to like break into there. So I appreciate you guys helping me with however you can.
The people who tend to like me and follow me around tend to like factual science information and not necessarily debating it, but talking about it,
Oh, cool.
and learning about it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Marcia, Fauci is a legend. Legitimately, he
right?
dedicated his entire life to it. He's been studying and helping. He helped with the HIV pandemic. It's like it's really cool.
Yeah. Mhm.
Like
I worked.
if anything, there is actually a genuine case to say that like, and that's actually one of the reasons why I'm actually kind of happy that he stepped down. To kind of let other people take the reins, and we need new science communicators in there that can actually, get some new blood in there. But yeah, JB Gold Puff Pass, how's it going? How's it going, guys?
Hello again, sir.
What's on your mind?
Well, I was just here when that guy was talking about climate change being fake, and I always I always wonder why people never bring up the fact that like the simplest answer to that is so easy. The beaver thing, whatever. Why do you think we removed lead from our gasoline?
Mm-hmm.
We were affecting our climate, and it was making us sick.
Yeah.
And we were
Like,
getting.
do you guys even recognize like litter? And what about litter? Is littering bad? Can we just start with that?
Well, that is the kind of like the new climate change, anti-climate change thing is that it's actually not humans impacting the environment. It's a littering and a population, like that kind of problem. One second.
Well, I mean, it is partially a population problem. I mean, that's a legitimate aspect of climate change is population. I don't think that that's wrong to suggest that, but like also greenhouse gases.
Mm-hmm.
I'll always laugh with some climate change deniers because I'm like, so then why are the corals turning white? Why do we have coral bleaching? Does it just happen? They just want to turn white and just
Yeah.
be done? I don't know,
Well, I think there's a little more nuance there than that, right? Like there are heating and warming or cooling and heating cycles around the Earth, but they're so simplistic. They think that we're saying the only reason we're heating is because humans are causing it, but that's not the argument. The argument about climate change is not that humans are directly causing any heating. The argument is humans are causing an accelerated exit from our current cycles so that we leave the current cycle that we're in much faster than we should.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the argument. And they don't get that.
Yeah, it's we're basically putting carbon that's supposed to be in the ground, which are called carbon sinks, and we're putting it into our atmosphere. And that's as simply as you can. But there's a lot of ways that humans are impacting the environment that's just not CO2 ppm. So we're talking like, mass extinction events that we're going through right now. We're going through, which is like not necessarily from the CO2 ppm, which is just human involvement and habitat destruction. So, which is really scary to me because it's like 90% of wetlands that have ever gone extinct have gone extinct in the last 50 years. And it's not necessarily because of like a ppm problem. It's that humans just want to live where wetlands habitats are, which is where the coasts are, right? So but the problem is that CO2 ppms can give this huge positive feedback loop where now it's like we're impacting not just one habitat, we're impacting the entire world, and it's so bad.
And yeah, absolutely. And it's not just CO2; it's methane.
Yep.
It's before it was CFCs, and then we all
Exactly.
agreed as a world to stop producing those and repair the ozone. And the ozone is finally healing; like it's measurable. We're finally getting some closure of that ozone hole that we created. So it's like you argue we can't affect anything, and yet there are multiple instances and examples of humans affecting things. And then even funnier than that, if you go back to like billions of years ago, bacteria transform and yeast and all these different things transform the environment so that we have oxygen today.
Yeah.
We didn't have oxygen before. You're telling me humans can't do what a bunch of bacteria did?
Yeah. I mean,
Crazy.
The thing is like that I don't believe in climate change, but then they'll still recognize that like the ice caps or something had melted or there was an ice age, right? So that it just doesn't make any sense, because it's like, well, wait, why do you respect the climate change scientists' opinion when it comes to the fact that there's an ice age before? Like, where's the evidence of an ice age? Like, prove to me that there was an ice age. And it's like, oh, well, there's a bunch of science that says it. And it's like, okay, so the science that you're citing right now and the same evidence is actually saying that we are in fact impacting the world negatively and the environment negatively.
Flat earthers do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's tough, man. I mean, I don't know, dude. I honestly love that we even I yearn for the day again that we can that we can still talk about like climate change or think about problems that exist other than like what's happening right now. To be honest with you,
I think the first step to that, to be honest with you, is the what are they called? The court cases that are going on against big oil for covering up their research in about the 1970s. Right? We had a lawsuit that launched during the pandemic. It was spearheaded by other states, but California jumped on, which really added traction. Basically, we uncovered the information that these oil companies paid their own internal researchers, who then predicted, under the continued and increased use of carbon fossil fuels, right? What would our ppm level be over the course of the trajectory over the decades? And their curves that they predicted are like damn near spot on to where we actually are today. And then they buried that. And then they started spending billions of dollars per year in the disinformation campaign. It's like, what other company do you know who has a safe product goes, you know what? I'm going to go spend billions a year to tell people my product is safe. It sounds like a lot of waste of money.
Yeah. It's weird, man. I don't I kind of just see hopefully that they go as like energy companies, and go into have more solar panels. Like for me, what I can't get my mind around is that they could literally just be pumping algae biofuels right now with the same tanks, with the same the same lines. Instead of doing black sludge from the tar sands in Canada, they could just be algae sludge, and we could use our same cars, internal combustion cars. We could use all that. Like we have a lot of infrastructure, trillions of dollars that are invested into gas stations, into tanks, and let's be real, like gasoline and those the long chains of energy storage that is created within gasoline, those carbon to carbon bonds, it's called a fungible fuel. So that means that those energy bonds are there no matter if you're on the ground or if you're 1,000 feet up, or if it heats up a little bit, it heats down. It basically lasts a lot longer than like the gradient of electrons or whatever in a battery. So it's a lot easier to maintain that structure, those chemical structures. So it does have a lot of benefits, and we also we will never. I mean, it's hard to say never, but pretty much never have an electric vehicle airplane. It's just physically impossible to have the amount of thrust needed through a motor, because you need a lot of batteries in order to do that. And the more batteries adds more weight. More weight means that you need more thrust. And we don't have any 747s that are electric vehicle batteries.
So yeah, like the energy density is too low for batteries,
exactly.
right? But there are some technologies that they're trying to work on to increase that significantly.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, exactly. I hope it does. I hope I'm wrong. Like genuinely, I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So, but the point is that we could and think of how bad an airplane is for CO2 ppms and CO2 outputs. Like right now we actually can run 747s on algae biofuels mixes. And back in like 2010, I was going to algae biofuel symposiums, and you had like the Navy and Air Force really interested in algae biofuels, because it was like, oh wow, we can actually produce all of the fuel that we need in order to run all the equipment that we need as the Air Force and our planes and all that kind of stuff in the United States. And it was a national security that push basically. And we could have switched there. We could have switched to that. We could do that right now. A lot of the corn plants and a lot of the corn fields are kind of like growing out of usefulness, and they're being phased out. So if we started, putting and subsidizing algae ponds and to do that, then we could. And we did, by the way. The Inflation Reduction Act had $10 billion specifically to start scaling up algae biofuels. But this future of having a renewable and sustainable energy future that we all were on that track was stolen from us because this last big, beautiful bill. So it had real, tangible, real world impacts.
In fact, I have been following quite a lot of different research about different technologies for, pulling carbon out of the air using a variety of different technologies. And so what you're talking about, definitely one thing. There are like nanoparticle metal catalysts that they've now been able to figure out can absorb CO2 at extremely efficient rates at relatively low temperature. And it's just like a very basic reaction. You run in a tube, essentially. It's not anything insane. But if you just scaled that up, like you're saying, with a subsidy, you could be pulling a lot of CO2 per year out of the air and storing it elsewhere, or using the byproducts that are created as other sources of chemicals for other industries. There's so much that's out there that we're not subsidizing that is actually usable at the current moment. It just doesn't make it to the mainstream because there's no funding for it.
Yeah.
The science is there, but the funding isn't there.
Exactly. And that's the whole point of these federal subsidies. That's the whole idea, because it creates where there isn't a profit motive, because it's just you don't have that profit for decades, and it creates an economy of scale problem where it's like it needs to be at a certain scale in order to be profitable, and in order to invest that money, in order to make it to that scale, there's too much money that's needed. So the whole point of like federal subsidies at that point is to really push it into that economy of scale where it actually makes a lot of sense. And that's the whole point. It's the same way that like basic research into bacterial defense mechanisms was funded in the early 90s, but it wasn't until 2008 that we discovered CRISPR, and it wasn't until 2013 that it was actually built into a technology. So those 20 years of bacterial defense mechanisms, of people begging the government for money, saying, please, this is worth studying, we should figure this out. And then 20 years of that led to CRISPR, which is now, the hottest and best way to modify genomes. And we're going to have all these companies spinning off from it.
Those are great biologic examples. I mean, another great example is all the devices and the internet that we're talking on right freaking now.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when you lose that innovation, like you're not just, it's an exponential thing. You're not just losing time linearly, you're losing time exponentially. Every year we don't fund growth as other technologies in other areas are growing. That technology growth and AI growth is exponential. We are falling behind exponentially, not linearly.
Yeah, I agree, man. I think and I don't know, man, I'm so pessimistic, I guess. I don't know if we have the political will to do like another $500 billion bill, for climate change, like we did with the Inflation Reduction Act and
Not right now, no.
the infrastructure bill.
No.
But I mean, even if a Democrat got into power, I mean, or like, hopefully it happens, obviously, and like hopefully this does work out. But it's like the politicians are all in we already spent this money. It's going to look bad. It's going to look bad to spend more money on something that we've already passed and that kind of nonsense. I hope that I hope we just have a political future where people will be willing to actually tackle those big problems. Otherwise China will. Otherwise, like other countries will, because this is not like a question on whether or not it's happening. It's whether or not we are a player in that. And that's why this is honestly what really pisses me off about this whole conspiracy thing, this whole that we're going through, where we are stuck now asking and answering the most basic of questions when other countries are not mired in whether or not like HIV is real. They're like actually making the technologies of tomorrow today, and we're not going to be able to be at that spot, guys. We're not going to be able to compete with them because we're going to be buying Chinese technology Silicon Valley is going to be in China. The next GPS invention is going to, like you're talking about, is going to be from China. It's not going to be from us, and the internet is going to be developed there. The silicon chip is going to be there. Not here. Maybe we get lucky with AI and those companies being kind of forced to be made because of the tariffs that Biden put in that didn't allow them to sell NVIDIA GPUs to Chinese companies. Like maybe we got a couple years there, but like Trump is selling us out as fast as he can. He got his free airplane from the Saudis at the same time that NVIDIA is saying that we're going to put data centers all in here with CPU, GPUs and everything for AI. They're just opening it up to China to sell NVIDIA GPUs there. So it's like we're getting sold out. Our future is being sold out to the highest bidder right now.
I'll tell you this much. I agree with all of that and likely a lot more. But I can say from a historical standpoint, when the shit fucking hits the fan, right? Like when it comes down to it, I think that, it might be too late or it might be just in the nick of time. Because right now, this is all stuff people who are really smart or even just basically smart can forecast. They can see the forest for the trees, right? But the general person doesn't see what's about to happen and all the things that we're going to lose in tech and stuff. But once it becomes realer to people, like, oh my God, we are actually losing to China. Oh my God, that will snap some people into line. It's not going to be pretty, but it's more optimistic than I think you might be currently thinking. But we shouldn't have to be this way, and that's the sad part.
Yeah,
we shouldn't have to wait until it's almost too late.
I think also another big thing is that ever since he took office in particular, a lot of grants and funding for colleges and everything like that is getting worse. So anyone who wants to be a doctor, it's almost impossible unless you have some type of fund.
That is true, but he was just forced to release, and now they will be releasing the $5 billion. I think they did release $5 billion in funding for the schools and Department of Education.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
It's so crazy, man.
We're barely hanging on, man.
Yeah, exactly. we're it's the post ad hoc justification that like kills me. It's like the idea that, obviously this is ideologically based. Obviously there is no the Office of Budgetary is not the decider on who gets the funds. It's Congress, and it's passed legislation, and it's already spent money, and it's like it's obviously unconstitutional, but it's 100%. These Federalist judges, Federalist Society judges that are like Yeah, you know what? That I've been arguing like states' rights and limited government and all this kind of stuff, and they're like, yeah, you know what? This that thing that's never been in the Constitution anywhere. You know, maybe that does give the president power in order to decide what gets spent. So it's like
Mass hypocrisy. Yeah.
I wonder though. I wonder if the shoe's on the other foot. Could it be another way? You know, I had argued that for the longest time, because of how much funds are actually spent on science in the Department of Defense, I actually think, this is weird, but this is true. I actually think that saying we should have less of a defense budget is a bad move. What we should be saying is we need to up the Department of Defense budget, and we need to say that climate change and the infrastructure and all of our renewable and sustainable development goals is a national defense issue, which it is, by the way, and they agree for like the last 15 years,
yeah.
Republican and Democratic presidents, by the way.
Yeah.
So the idea that like we could say, hey, instead of $100 billion of science spending, we need that to be $200 billion. And because, I mean, ICE just went from like, what was it, like 15 billion to $150 billion, you know, based
Insane,
off
right?
of national defense things. It's like,
It's
maybe
insane.
we could do half of the half of the defense budget, you know, every year it could be for science and development.
I mean, we already have the ability to do exactly what you're saying without necessarily even increasing the budget. There are other methods. For example, we never pass an audit. Like there's so much unaccounted for money, and then the defense contractors are way overcharged, like $30,000 for like a couple of screws and bolts in a machine because they're the only ones who manufacture it, right? If we just pass some laws that regulate how defense contractors charge for things, then we would have a lot of excess funds that we could divert straight over back into the program. We would still have the same $900 billion defense budget, but now we could allocate that waste, fraud, and abuse that we should have been finding already over to the things you're talking about.
Yeah.
And still have only spent $900 billion.
Yeah. I think, yeah, man, it is, it's going to be crazy it's going to be a crazy world. And I'm stuck on the, like, my values, which is like, you know, my really founding political ideologies, like not even, it's just democracy. I just think that it's the best way that humans have organized in order to try to solve problems. I think that there's a lot of problems with democracy. There's like like inherently the tyranny of the majority against the minority, right? That's a problem. You have like the public square problem where it's like things are kind of taken advantage of, and until like who's going to clean up the trash until for, you know, why do we need all these this money on the maintenance workers for a park? You know, there's no trash in the park, and then you fire the waste management, and then now all the trash builds up, and it's like, oh well, that was why we spent that money to begin with. It's kind of like how we have, you know, it's kind of like what we're seeing in the it's escaping me now, the political theory name of it, but I wonder if like balancing democracy and that ideal versus like if our Constitution just is now having an authoritarian POTUS, like if that's just how the Constitution is written, like are we really going to sit there and spend our time politically trying to fix and rewrite the Constitution and amend it and try to get all of our political will in order to do that, versus like solving some of these big huge problems first? That's what I don't know how to balance those.
Well, I think that I understand the general sentiment of what you're saying, but just to be a little bit more technical, I don't think the problem is actually with the Constitution itself. It's the fact that we've installed people who are interpreting it in a way that is just completely arbitrary. They disregard past rulings and precedents, right? Like we had Roe v. Wade. They affirmed multiple times through multiple cases that Roe v. Wade would be precedent and never be overturned. Even their hearings, they said when they were confirming the new Republican judges, we will never overturn Roe v. Wade but then they lied, right?
Yeah.
And when they got majority, they just overturned it on opinions, not on the writing of the actual document, right? So I think the Constitution does need some amendment, but not an extreme amount of it. I think the problem is we got to get lobbies lobbying for corporations out of government, that was added in our history, and that has effed up a lot of things because they are the ones who control what laws are starting to be written into and signed, right? So get rid of the lobbying of corporations, reduce the amount of pay that these people can make, and then you don't have the same incentive to go into office because your power, these people who are hungry for power and like influence and clout, they're not going to have that anymore. They're just going to be serving the will of the people, and so you're going to attract a different crowd. But we attract this crowd because of these laws that a few people let slip by early on, and they snowballed. And I don't know how we fix it now, but the problem, it always started from, like the Reagan economics era where
Don't bring up Reaganomics.
What do you think, Puff Pass?
Every
What should we
day.
do, man?
Ugh.
I don't know, dude. I mean, at this point, like, to be honest, the way that the Constitution's getting interpreted and getting taught, because I'll be honest, like, the way that teaching is also happening right now is also changing how we're supposed to teach the Constitution. It depends on the state. I mean, you have people that are trying to, separation of church and state is starting to also get violated in terms of, bringing that into public schools. So I don't know if there's I don't know how to change it. I don't know if it comes down to like the schools need to put in an effort for future generations, because I really think at this point that the way that the media portrays the Constitution and the way that the media tries to, how polarized we already are as a society, it's hard when you have places like Fox News that'll say one thing and then any other news source will say another thing. It's impossible to change the perception with the way that the media has been going. That's just me. I think it really comes down to educating the youth, and then having that change over time, and then in colleges and with immigrants, trying to educate them as well.
Yeah, but not everybody agrees on how to educate the youth. That's the problem.
Dude, the amount of like homeschooling is insane. It is wild. Like there's so many people that are homeschooling now, and it's like they're all claiming religious exemption and all these kind of things, which was like a super small minority, but now it's like super popular to more and more. It's kind of like there's even from like the crunchy granola kind of like anti corporate kind of wing, which is morphed into like the Maha RFK kind of group. It's morphed with like the religious crowd now, and it's basically an anti institutional argument where these they're all talking about woke ideologies and that kind of stuff, as opposed to they just don't want to. People just don't want to do it, and I think it's a huge problem that we have. And I do think, sorry to bring us back, but I do really feel like the Constitution has been, the unschooling movement, exactly. I think that the Constitution has a fatal flaw in it. I think it's pretty apparent now, like with it. I don't know how, now that it's been exposed, like I don't know how it comes back, like in a, basically anyone that wants to can just come in and exploit this fact. Jackson kind of alluded to it basically when they ruled that his the Trail of Tears and all that kind of stuff was illegal. He basically told the Supreme Court justice at the time, like, come and have that Supreme Court justice enforce his laws. And they don't have any way. The Supreme Court and the judicial system has no actual enforcement mechanism.
Right.
And
it's all trust. Yeah.
Yeah. So what happens is that you have, there is no way for the law and how their interpretation of the law to have any factual basis. It's all up into the executive branch, and the executive branch has been just absolutely, it's expanded so gravely on than what the original Constitution had or the amended or the actual written Constitution is what I should say. The
I
actual
mean, the
written
Supreme Court
Constitution.
wasn't even originally like supposed to do any of the things it currently like does. Those were expanded too. Like their power was affirmed at some point in history where they made a critical decision on how they could interpret things. But that was never written like directly into the Constitution as this is how that court system should work. But that's how it works today. And I agree that the problem is we assume that each of the branches is going to act in good faith.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly. It's like basically a bunch of handshakes and nods.
Yeah.
And now like we have been it's obvious now that it's like, oh wow, it really is up to the executive in order to like do a lot of this. And like I don't even know, like let's say Congress goes to the Democrats and you like impeach them. Like what are you gonna that's not gonna happen. You can't I don't even think that if you did impeach him and voting to remove him, like who's going to do it? Who's literally going to like remove him if he wants to stay? Like he has the military on he's the head of the military. He's the head of the police. He's the head, like it's a fatal flaw that exists within our Constitution.
Well, I will say this. I do agree a lot about with what you're saying, but the military specifically, right? They take an oath to the Constitution, not to the president or any one man or whatever. And thus, if enough people in the military decided that they just can no longer stand for what this president is doing, I think they would stand up and put him in jail, right, for what he did. But that's not likely going to happen. I'm just saying that's the only people that would do it.
I guess you could have like a military tribunal or something like that. That would have to be because the person charged, you'd have to have an indictment, and that comes through the DOJ.
Yeah.
So like you couldn't even, the DOJ would be, it's under the executive again. So you're like, it all leads to like the executive branch actually making things happen. And if he doesn't want to make things happen, then we're kind of just like, oh, I hope you do let them do that. You know? So,
I don't mean to like butt in, but like
Yeah.
I understand that everyone took an oath to office, but you know who else took an oath is the president, the
Exactly.
vice president. But does anyone no? I mean, he's already a felon, so it doesn't
He should
matter.
have been able to be on the ballot.
I know,
Shouldn't have
dude,
been
that was
able
such
to
a
be on
bad
the ballot,
case.
but that's what I'm saying. But I also do believe that us as a country are able.
We the people can overthrow, but
We the
that's-
no,
it's in the
not even
Constitution.
that. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that we the people, the Constitution's a living document, right? And it shows our history of what we've done. I used the prohibition as an example of, we made a really bad mistake and we didn't like it and we overturned it. We have 2 amendments that really just cancel each other out right now in that document. And I think that's a good example to show that we are capable of being able to have a democracy. We're capable of doing it. I know we are. It's just the way that the current, I think it comes down to celebrities. I really do. Because he came into office going in as a celebrity, as a TV show host, basically. So I think that the way that we change it is, we just need to stop being so hateful. I think it does. I think we all need to listen to each other and not be so hateful.
I mean, that sounds good, but like, how do you do that?
Well, that it's called. It really has to do with self-reflection, having an open mind. I think a lot of people have too closed of a mind, and that includes me. I need to do some, opening of myself with my mind.
Well, I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, those are very ideological things. How do you get them done?
Dude, I think honestly, a lot of times, I think the thing I wish Democrats knew about Republicans is that they would respect Democrats more if Democrats actually stood their ground more and fought.
Yeah.
Like what happens is that in order to let bygones be bygones, Democrats usually like bend the knee and they say like, oh yeah, that was a really good point and yada, yada, yada. Like So like personal story, my wife's father and stuff, he's a Republican, and we like got into it, and we're like, arguing back and forth. And my wife's like, well, the girlfriend at the time, she was like, you can't just be arguing with my dad like that. That's crazy, And I'm like, well, are you kidding me? He like respects me now. Like this is how butting of heads, like this is how this actually goes through like his head, that I actually stand for something. And he's thinking in his mind, like, wow, Greg's going to stand for, my daughter, just like he stood up for me. Like, and, there's a huge dichotomy in how Democrats are viewed by the Republicans, because Democrats say they want to do these things, that there's all these big problems in the world and everything like that. But then Democrats fold so easily. So obviously Democrats don't actually believe that those are really big problems that are actually like that big of to fight for, right? Because MAGA, like whether you agree with them or not, man, they will fight for what they believe in, right? They are willing to burn down the house because they think that it's that bad. But Democrats don't really want to fight and really go for it, and it makes they look like they don't. It makes the Republicans think that Democrats don't actually believe what they believe in.
Well, another thing is like Democrats more often than the Republicans, but not all the time. Obviously, everybody cheats, but Democrats are more likely to try to do things by the book and the right way, and the Republicans are just willing to cheat, lie, steal, whatever they have to do. But
if you think that the system and the test is wrong, then of course you're going to cheat, because because it's an injustice not to cheat, and that's the thing. It's like, you have to be willing to like really stand up for yourself and stand up for what you believe in, and not just like constantly just be like, yeah, you're right. You know what? Okay. And I don't know. I think that it's,
I agree with you 100%, by the way. And I think Gavin Newsom is starting to see that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. His like little media tour and stuff. He's like, oh wait, maybe I don't have to like roll back and change like all my views. I can just like stand up for myself and stand up for Democrats. I don't have to like placate with these people.
No, and he's also doing things to like tit for tat back at like Texas. Texas is trying to grab 5 more seats by redistricting in a likely very illegal way with a partisan group that will do the redistricting. And he's like, well, all right, if you're going to do that, then I'm going to redistrict California in a way that's partisan, and I'm going to get more than 5 seats than you. So if you do that, prepare to get owned.
Exactly. Jerome Powell is amazing, by the way. I've like, since the pandemic, I've been like really into trading and stuff, and I'm paying attention to, Jerome Powell, and he is awesome. He is really cool.
I liked him standing up recently when he's like 3.6 billion on that building. He's like, oh no, that was a building like 10 years ago.
I mean, I speak about this a lot, like reading primary resources and reading like things yourself. Like that is why, by the way, that he took a random piece of paper that had line items on it that was just
sticky notes.
Like whatever. Yeah, exactly. Like he had no idea what was on it, had the self-confidence to just look at any piece of paper and know that because he had read the budget before, he knew what each of them were. He knew what was on there or not on there. And then as soon as he recognized instantly from a random piece of paper, a detail that wasn't there. I mean, that is why you read primary sources and why you actually do the reading yourself, because it allows you to have a superpower. It allows you to have a superpower to know when someone's lying to you, and it allows you to stick up for what you believe in.
Yeah, it's strange how knowing your shit is helpful.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so I've had that happen too, where like there's some report or something that happens where nobody else has read it, and I can tell they're kissing up to the CEO or something like that, and I'm like, bro, why aren't we talking about like why we're projected to have like less money right here or something like what, or something like what's going on here?
It goes both ways, though, right? Like even the Republicans who are supporting him don't read their bills sometimes, and they get shocked by what's in them.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's that one senator that openly admitted to not reading. I think it was actually the Big Beautiful Bill. Now that I think about it, openly admitted to not reading it fully.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, bro.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she said because there was it was the hunting exemption for they're selling off all these environmental plots in order, it's for whatever reason. And all these hunting groups were like, dude, you're going to kill all of our entire sport. What are you doing? And she was like, oh, I didn't read it. If I did read it, I would have been against it. And so, it's weird. I mean, it's very, very weird. Like I was in, like basically the graduate student, like government and stuff. And I'm looking at the lines, the yearly budget, and we were paying our own university rent costs in order to have the student government like there. And it was like, what? Like we were basically like 10% of our budget was like going to our own university just so that we could exist. And I was just like, does any other UC have this problem? So I went by the budget line by line on all the other UCs, and sure enough, like only one of them had anything else, and it was a way smaller part of their budget because their university obviously gave them like a way discounted rate, and we were getting like basically market rate that like Panda Express is like being charged at, and I'm like, wait, why are we doing that? And I brought this up like in the budget meeting, and it was like, why are we spending so much of our budget on having a building, a room in this place when like you guys could do this from anywhere. You could, you don't need to have this. And the president, student government president, got so mad at me. He's like, you really want us to like rent some random like office building off campus? And I'm like, if it means like more graduate student activities, man, yeah, I guess so.
Oh yeah.
So, but it got him, guess what? It got him to renegotiate the deal, and UCR totally agreed that we were being charged way too much for rent. So they went halvesies on it, and the previous president that originally like negotiated the deal, he got like in on it too, because he was pissed off that they were getting rolled. And it's like, just by, I'm telling you guys, reading primary literature, reading primary sources is a superpower. It allows you to see so many different things that you never really would be able to see before.
There's a lot of laziness too out there.
Mm-hmm. But I like dismiss the whole notion that people like, dude, I am 38. We had an entire generation. We all grew up reading 500, 600, 700 page Harry Potter books. Okay. I know what you guys do. So the idea that like these, double spaced, with an executive summary, when half of the pages sometimes are footnotes and you don't read those anyway, like it's like basically half the amount of pages. And it doesn't take you that long, and you can come back to it. Don't worry about it. Like you don't have to read it all in one sitting. You can save it, highlight it, come back. And
you can even get AI to summarize it for you now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I do too. So I threw the big beautiful bill right into. How's it going? I threw the big beautiful bill into the AI, and I was asking questions to it, and you can do that too. You can, which is a lot different, by the way. So if you're going to ask AI about the big beautiful bill, that's a lot different than if you threw the actual bill into the AI. So do the second one, right? Do like the full actual text.
Do both. Compare.
You can compare.
I mean, really.
Yeah, it's bad.
Look at how things are getting bent.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how words get twisted. Look at how, I mean, and I think that people should get involved with take some journalism classes at your community college. Get involved with your college newspaper. Get involved with
just get involved.
Yeah, right?
Exactly.
Right? Get involved with, actual people who actually engage with factual information sources. And I appreciate that reading primary sources, especially if the language is dense, and you don't understand the Latin, it can be difficult. But there are also incredibly good, factually sourced, narrative books about topics out there that are fascinating to read, and you will gain a great deal of information because good journalism about science is also very good, but it has to be good journalism.
Yeah, I mean, I think like obviously MAGA and the Republicans aren't doing primary reading in order to do so well politically right now. I mean, but I do think why they're beating the pants off of Democrats is because they're involved. They're way more involved. So they get involved into these boards on the school boards, and they're going to the meetings, they're showing up. And I got involved at like City Hall in Riverside, and it was crazy just the amount of influence that I got just by like showing up basically. And I got, to have private meetings with the mayor. And I had worked at a biotechnology company, and they were trying to actually bring biotechnology companies there. So in an entire room of, people, and they're not all politicians, by the way. Like City Hall is staffed with a lot of people that dedicate their lives to making their city a better place. So you meet these people and you're like, wow, these are a lot of cool programs that are going on that I didn't know about, one. And then two, you're like just showing up and you actually have your voice heard on these issues makes a big difference. And because you have a lot of people showing up that are like, not right mentally, like just say that they're just yelling like the crazy conspiracies and stuff like that. But if you actually have a really good thoughtful critique, people take notice of you. People are actually wanting to, be involved with you. I mean, so like Heritage Foundation and the money and the big moneyed interests, and obviously they have money in super PACs and all that kind of stuff. That exists, okay? That exists on the right. There's nothing comparable on the left. I totally agree with you. But that is not what, like, those people that are showing up at the city hall meetings, that are getting involved at the school board, they are not getting paid by the Heritage Foundation. It's really important for people to understand that. There is no structural reason why there should be just more Republicans at these local town halls and stuff than Democrats. We outnumber them just by just sheer numbers. I mean, just think about this. Think about this. The amount of numbers that they have. I mean, only about 30% of the Republican Party is hardcore MAGA, and about 22% of the country votes Republican. So we're talking like a very, very small percentage of our country has had a disordinate size and power impact on the way we do everything. So
Right.
it's 6% of our country has had some type of really, profound impact in order to take down all of our institutions. So just imagine if like 50% of Democrats or something just went to and tried to get involved in some way. Just check in on your local boards, and there's unelected boards, right? That do zoning boards, that do any type of thing. Do you know your congressperson? Have you ever contacted them? You could contact them, like your state congressman, right? Your state senator, and then you have your U.S. congressman. Like the amount of impact you're going to have is way bigger with your state. So start there.
Yeah.
Start with your state congressman. Start with your state senator. Get involved there, and you can meet them, and they could be like, they're literally like, so what do you think about what's going on? Like you meet with them, and they are literally dying for people to reach out that have big problems. And you're like, oh yeah, I think that like we could have more, biotechnology companies or something in this. There's like a whole, there's none of them in Riverside, and there's 300,000 people here. It doesn't really make much sense when San Diego has all these, They were like, oh wow, what do you think? So they're literally begging you to contact them.
But there's the other side of the coin there too, though, right? Like what you were saying, where Democrats get complacent too. Even if you go in and you complain and you say stuff, we have it on record that many of these Democrats are like, I will not vote for this bill, or I will not, and then they turn around and they voted for it.
Well, and I think that a lot of people right now are just demonstrating, and this is, I think, fair, but generous, to say that a lot of these people are just terrified,
They are terrified,
out of
yeah.
their heads,
They are
scared about the future. They're terrified. And everything that happened with the pandemic has scrambled them. And everything that has happened with the economy and Reaganomics has scrambled them. And everything that has happened with the rise of biblical literalism in our country has scrambled them, and they are terrified. And it is so hard. It's like you want to, like, you're just like, please just pop us Xanax and let us explain. There's way forward. There's ways forward. It
Well,
will be okay. Quit panicking. Let us tell you.
yeah, I was going to mention something based on that fact that you just mentioned earlier when we were talking about you said there's no reason, Dr. Greg, earlier that we can't be out there in the numbers. And I agree, there's no like fundamental reason really. Like we should be out there, we should be doing the same, way more numbers than what they're doing. If I was to use Trump speak, numbers nobody's seen, whatever. We got to be doing those things. But there is a biological reason. And there have been many studies that show just kind of like on the more conservative side, when you analyze conservative like brain networks, you find that they have like larger amygdalas, they operate more in fear-based principles. So what she's saying is like these people are afraid, they're terrified. That's why they're acting in larger numbers than we are, because they're disproportionately more motivated by fear-based reasoning than other people are, and that doesn't get them to act as much. Fear will get you acting real quick.
I think that I do think that Democrats are fearful right now, and I do think that we should let that animate us. Like they have to channel that productively, pragmatically, in order to actually make change. And it's not going to be, where the house is burning down, and it takes a lot more energy and resources and planning in order to rebuild it back up. It is. But this
It's
is
happening.
Yeah, but this is exactly what like Bernie Sanders talks about, right? By the way, like the political revolution that needs to happen. It's not going to be like a king that we elect, even if it is a Democrat that comes next. We could have a Democrat politician that says, "Oh, I'm going to take all the power that Trump has, and then I'm going to do exactly whatever we want." Let's just say that that's going to happen, but that's not going to give actual real change in order to change our society, change our culture. That all the problems that we're talking about aren't going to be addressed by a king. They're going to be, this is what Bernie talks about millions of people going out into their communities and becoming more of a player, getting more involved, getting outside of, like these algorithms, getting outside of what's going on and actually making an impact on their local communities. And you have like, it's really interesting. So when I went into Riverside, I was, it was 2017, and I was really animated to get involved because of Trump and everything like that. And so I do like, who's the Riverside mayor, and I do a Google search, and I saw this story about the Riverside mayor retiring. And it was this guy that was a Democrat mayor in Riverside, which is a really rare thing. It's like more Republican county,
Yeah.
but everyone was just crying. They were so sad that he was a beloved mayor, and everything. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. And then they said in one of the paragraphs, like, and Mayor Leverage is retiring to teach at UCR. And I'm like, wait, I'm at UCR. So I emailed him with my UCR email, and, I got a meeting with them, and he was like, yeah, let's get coffee, So I talked to him, and I was like, that's so wild. You were mayor for 30 years. Like you didn't have like any push by like the Democratic Party in order to try to become like, governor or something of California. And he was like, Greg, I can go street by street in any part of Riverside, and I can show you dozens of projects that I got done personally, that I had a big part in actually getting done and actually made the lives of a lot of people here. Like if you become governor, your power in a lot of ways gets diluted across all of California. But as a mayor and at your local level, you have a real impact on people's day to day. And it's so true. Like you wouldn't know, for example, other than the militarized bootlicking that it happens right now with freaking the police force and ICE raids and all that kind of stuff. Other than that, like, you wouldn't know about Trump, right? Other than what's going on. The everyday of how your world exhibits itself and how government works is most likely actually at the local level. So if you want to actually change and make things a lot better, like we can actually make them a lot more. The change is more tangible, and the actual real world, is there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think what you're saying is like, we need to be acting. You're seeing that. You're seeing it broil and bubble up. Look at how many people marched for No King's Day.
Yeah, that was cool. That was
Right.
really cool.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
a lot.
I think that all of this comes down to, I think that more people need to do their civic duty, which is voting. But I think that people have the mindset that don't vote specifically, have the mindset of my vote doesn't matter. So, like in my state, which I'll just say is California, a lot of people that are red have the mindset of I'm not going to vote. My vote doesn't matter. That's always the mindset because it's going to be blue. And I think the issue is that people are thinking way too big and not thinking small. Because I'll say for school board representatives, because I am in the education field, I will say for school board representatives, a lot of people just skip that vote, and I will say your voice will matter for your local
Yeah.
school board. It will matter a lot more than
Oh yeah.
a presidential election and a general election.
Part of the problem
And
is
I went
sorry.
we went through a really interesting cycle with the election of our community college representative. I live out in the eastern edge of LA County. And so our community college representatives actually, like, these community college districts actually stretch over the county lines even. And so, and we had a real controversy with one of the guys who represented one of the big districts, not really living in the district, and going through the process of really examining that through a journalistic lens and having, working with the newspaper to follow up, I felt like so much more informed in a local election than I ever had before. And now, as a voter, just this last time that I voted, and I always vote absentee, so I can always really relax and take my time to look at
Yes.
things.
That's a big thing.
And I'm like, okay, there's I looked up, it was something else related to the community colleges, and I'm like, well, what does Citrus College Owl say about this? What does the newspaper say about this? you know,
Hmm.
what does Pomona College say about this? Okay, you know what? I trust those guys. You know, and that's a real thing, and people don't really realize that matters. And gosh, it's so much more interesting than playing Pokemon Go.
That's true. I mean, I think, I mean, I think civics does need to like be a complete revamp. Like, I don't think that there's really any civic duty in the country. I mean, this is one of my hottest takes. I'll be honest with you. I do think that we should have like conscriptive public service in the United States. I think that like after high school, that you should have to do some type of work at like a city hall, the state level, the national level. I mean, yeah, obviously the military is in there, but like you don't have to go into the military. You could work at building that community. And I think that if we had that, you would actually see, people would see with their own eyes that like City Hall isn't being ran by like Zionists or whatever conspiracy theory that is out there. It's like, it's just normal, everyday people like you, and you're actually, you can actually talk to these people and they really care about what they're doing. And like by doing that, we're all feeling a little bit more bought in.
Definitely agree there.
It's interesting that you mentioned that. So when it comes to not forcing, but like trying to get people to be active in something. My school is one of the first schools. The one that I attended for my degree is one of the first schools to start this service learning program, essentially. and it's starting to go to all the public schools and in colleges in the area. And so they're doing that so that a lot more people can be connected with their communities, and they're requiring like 30 hours over a semester course of service and whatnot. Um, I think high schools are also starting to do that a little bit more, where it's like 15 hours or 10 hours, um, just to be, impacted in the communities. But I have to do more research on that one because I only know what's going on in my state, not really what's going on elsewhere.
And just to answer Sponge's question, like what would happen if you want to go to university after high school? I mean, usually how it works, like at least for South Korea, for example, the military, you can do it like within a certain time period. I think that I would be okay with like starting it after university if you really wanted to. But in general, I actually do think that taking some time off of our high school before you go into university would actually be like better for a lot of people, just because it allows them to have like a little bit more real world experience. You mature a little bit better, and you can kind of like focus in on your major, and you just like for real, you just like got done doing mandatory schooling for a really long time, right? And you can kind of like chill a little bit and have some time to regroup, and then you can go into university and actually be a little bit more focused.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. I think another problem that we have is like like the idea of people wanting to be involved in a society where they feel like A, we've mentioned already that their voice doesn't matter, but B, like it's very adversarial right now. Like you got to pay so much money in health insurance for this world to care about you and cover you when you get sick. You've got to do all these other things, and life has become much more adversarial in the modern America than it was maybe in the 80s or the 70s or something like that, where you felt like the country had your back more, and you could get ahead and you could save up for a house and you could do all these things. And it's like sometimes people just disconnect. They'd rather watch TikTok, scroll through a feed than try to get involved in their local politics or state politics when they feel like those things are already against them, right? That doesn't feel like they have your back like they may have had in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, I can feel that. It's I don't know where I don't know. It's so weird because the United States has like such a weird form of like patriotism, that is seems so like fake, when you see
fake.
like especially when we just don't care about like over 1 million Americans dying like from COVID. Like we just did not do really any type of like measures. We're one of the worst in the entire countries. Like we're like ranked like 120th or something on deaths per capita for COVID-19. When we had
real bad.
all the technology, we had all the know-with-all, and we just let people die. And I can't get over it. I can't get over, like, I know this, I repeat this all the time, but it really is a scale problem that we have. Big numbers are hard for humans to think about. So it's something that we think about. Like the 1.2 million people died from COVID. 1.3 million people have died from all the U.S. wars combined, including the Civil War. So, it baffles the mind that we have these statues and we have these memorial days talking about these people when it's like these are people that died at the same rate, and a lot of these are preventable, and we don't think about that. I don't know.
And needlessly.
Yeah, exactly. It's so sick to me. It's just so sick to me. I don't know. I can't get over it.
If you look at the trajectory of that whole situation, right, where it first hit here and then it hit some other countries. You look at some place like South Korea, population density much higher than here. In not every city in the U.S., but the majority of the U.S. doesn't have as high as, like on average, a population density as somewhere like South Korea. They implemented proper contact tracing and isolation very quickly. Cases did not explode in South Korea for a really long time. Right? They managed it real well in the beginning.
Dude, that's a really interesting example. I don't know if you know, but the U.S. and South Korea actually got introduced. The first introduction of COVID-19 was like, I think it was like the same week. So you can actually see it's a really good use case for exactly what you're talking about, where it's like, they're like, how did they do so much better than us? Like how we should want to be better.
Yeah,
And this
I
is
was very interested in them.
this is why it's like I also I don't know, it just feels weird like we're in this moment that I've downplayed patriotism. And when I grew up, like it was all about American exceptionalism in the early 2000s, and that was like a real big Republican talking point. That and Reagan, the United States is a shining city on a sea, a city on a mountain. And it's like I feel like, especially with the conspiracy stuff, and we're constantly we're not like fighting for ourselves, like to be a good, like an elite country. Like we're not one of those top countries. We're like, yeah, you know what, top 120th, 120th is good for us, or you can, and there's all these different metrics, right? I mean, you could go down the list, you could say it for years, like the amount of people that die from and during childbirth, or the amount that we pay for healthcare, there's tons of metrics that we just kind of like head in the sand, not try to think about it. And I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why.
Well, it's a deranged view. It's deranged patriotism that's mainly superficial and for optics. And then when other people who are truly actually patriotic try to stand up and show their patriotism, they are shunned and insulted. Like those who are trying to do the right for science and like improve everything.
Yeah, it's a weird, like, oh, you're disparaging the United States for trying to be better and improve it. But it's just, it is like one of those things where it feels like Republicans get to have it every single way. The rules of engagement are defined by them. They say what patriotism is, and it just happens to be exactly what they're doing at every single time. It's like, which is, I can't, I don't know. It just really frustrates me.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. But you're also right. It's because we didn't stand up. If we had stand up from the beginning, right, to these people and the way they're acting, we wouldn't have been able to let this slide for so long and let this be the status quo. But now it's the status quo, and it's like, how do you get out of this? First impressions. You're overly nice in the beginning, and then
I know, right? I think I think it's so right. Like the way that we. Like these vaccines, a great example of COVID-19. It was like, okay, first year you're like, okay, yeah, it isn't FDA approved yet, or it is that it doesn't have it's an emergency use exemption. You're right, it's not like a fully approval thing. Yeah, you're right. And I'm talking to these people, and I'm like, well, what are you gonna do when it gets a full, the emergency use gets removed and it's just full approved? Oh well, I mean, if it's fully approved, I mean, it got rushed through, so I want to see the real data. And I want to see everything happen. And then as soon as the real data hits and the emergency use gets removed or whatever, and it's like fully approved, it's like, oh, I mean, doesn't it take 20 years in order to get that data? And you're like, okay, so your original like whole qualms about it were wrong, and we, in good faith, thought that this was an actual
they're liars.
Problem.
They just lie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think
master goalpost movers. Mental gymnastics on fleek.
And let's be real, like there is not a they don't see it as a bad thing. That's the thing, that there's no shame in it. It's like, oh, of course I trust Trump more than Biden doing the same, even though they did the same thing. And of course it's okay that Trump's doing it, and it's not okay that Biden does it. Like, why? It's like, oh, well, because Trump's a good president and Biden's a bad president. That's why. So, they're like, the hypocrisy, it's not a hypocrisy. It's that I'm so strong, I can have it both ways kind of thing. And I don't know, man. I don't know. It's wild. And it's something that I don't understand how, like, not only are they able to write the rules of engagement, but they're also able to create and pass bills that nobody was ever asking for. Like, the only way that the Biden got things done in a 50-50 Senate, right, which was historic, the best modern president that we've ever had legislatively. Nobody has passed more bills than Biden ever. The only way that he was able to get it done was basically passing bills that were
popular.
very exactly popular in Republican states. Like 70% of the spending for these massive infrastructure bill or Inflation Reduction Act, 70% of the spending was in Republican states. So the senators and the House people got on board. They were for it. They were trying to pass infrastructure bills for decades. But since I remember it was just impossible to pass anything like that. And then because Republicans don't really do economic development, they don't necessarily put money into state programs in order to develop their own economies because they just don't. And but then the things that Trump passes, like the biggest thing in the BBB, this is their big thing that everyone was so pumped about. Like 80% of the spending is all just tax cuts for billionaires, and you're like, I never saw a single person that ever talked about, what, we should give tax cuts for billionaires. We need to increase that. We need to spend more money to billionaires. Not a single person.
Yeah, no. And even crazier too, when Biden was signing these bills into law, the Republicans would vote no on them, and then after the money would get sent to the various different municipalities and locales, then you would see a Republican go on stage and say, we're so happy to deliver this funding to our people. It's going to be great impact. I was like, bro, you voted no for this.
Yeah.
And you're just taking credit for it because it's good.
Yeah. 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 I mean, it was weird watching all these Republicans kind of say like, oh, actually, yeah, that wasn't wasteful spending actually, because it was a Republican that was getting those jobs and those mines and those mineral mines and all that kind of stuff. Those are actually good jobs because it's in a Republican state, and they're arguing like for that. Yeah, it's weird, man. I don't know where the champion for like democratic causes comes from that can actually, I don't know, they can get things passed. And I don't know why Biden was uniquely good at passing them. Genuinely. I think that like he's obviously had the Senate connection that was able to kind of help a lot of these relationships with these older institutional Republicans, and get them along. I definitely think that had something to do with it. And
experience.
Yeah, he had a lot of legislative experience in order to get these people on board. But it's unfathomable the amount that he was able to get done.
And people still say he was, like, on the other side, the worst president ever. It's like, are you even living any kind of fact-based reality at all?
Yeah.
Like, anything.
Yeah. I don't understand though, like how I genuinely don't understand why the Republicans have the umbilical cord at the teat of the billionaires. I mean, the standard analysis is that that's the donor class. That's where the money is coming from. But like, okay, but that would be like someone giving you $1 so that you can give them $10,000. Like they're like the billionaires are making like $100 billion, right? And these super PACs or these Republicans are making like $1 million. Like what? Like they're not. There's like maybe $1 million in it. The standard donation for a federal office is what, $3,500.
Yeah,
so
right. No offense to them, I don't think they can make money any other way because they're not like technically savvy enough to do things that are big. So they're like, yeah, we'll just give some money to the billionaires and we'll take a small little slice of the pie for ourselves along the way.
I mean, it has to be something related to, I think, I don't know. I genuinely don't get it. Like, why would, like you would think that they would, in order to facilitate such a big tax cut, you'd think that they'd be getting paid off in the scale of like $10 million or something like crazy like that, or something that you're just such a crazy amount of wealth. I mean, you could take all the congressmen, all the senators, all their wealth, put it all together, and it pales into comparison just to Elon Musk's money. It's just unfathomable. Like the amount of wealth disparity that exists in the United States right now is like it boggles the mind how much it is. I mean, it's just, it's insane. It just really is insane in the amount of power that he has. It's like you basically want to have a superhero on your side. Like, why would you ever want Superman to be on the other side? Right?
I mean, you definitely have a couple of things going on, but I think you have three like main possible reasonable explanations here. Number one, it's all for show. It's not, these people aren't really what they appear. They're all kind of in cahoots with each other, Democrats, Republicans. They put on that face when they're in the building and on camera, but when we see nothing, they're like, haha, these idiots think that we've got them fighting back and forth. That's the conspiracy side. Could be that. The second thing is they're actually that fucking dumb and they don't realize what's happening to them, and they're getting had and not realizing it, or realizing it and still selling out anyway because, hey, I'm going to get mine while I can, and then none of this is going to affect me, and by the time I die, right, I'll have had my millions while they had their billions, and it won't really have made a difference because I couldn't have gotten it any other way. And then you also have the third side of the coin is that like essentially they're how do I explain this? They're motivated by factors that supersede logic and reason. For example, religion, right? They want to get back to the point where they can put religion in a classroom, and that's more important to them ideologically than anything else. So they're willing to sacrifice a bunch of crap. And it may not just be, that's just one example as a conveyance for my point. There are other ideological things that they want in place, like America to be all white and like get rid of all the immigrants, and all these other things are more important to them than the argument you're currently making about, well, how could you let one person make so much money? They're willing to sell out, hoe themselves out for that idea.
Yeah, I think that's right too. I think like I think it is the ideology thing. I mean, how do I feel about JB Pritzker and stuff? So he's the man. He's the governor for New Jersey. That's a billionaire. Is that right? Is that the right state? I think. Man, I mean, honestly, I do think that like Trump is a fascist and MAGA is currently like a fascist threat, you know? So that is Illinois. Thank you. So yeah, I think that is a real threat. I mean, and I think that the billionaires, it really is the billionaires versus everyone else. I really do think that is what is happening right now. And I think that it's kind of like the X-Men or something where it's kind of like mutants versus humans kind of thing. And it's like, do I really, they exist, you know, like the billionaires is actually like a policy failure. There shouldn't be any billionaires. I mean, it's insane that it actually, that it happens. I don't think that, they don't do anything for our society and they're leeches, and we should get rid of their money and tax their anything that's made. I mean, you shouldn't be able to make over $1 billion a year. That's just insanity. That with the money and the unrealized gains that they make, it's unfathomable the amount of money.
We used to tax the hell out of them, and we were way healthier when we did.
I mean, should I really? Okay, I guess you know what. This is the most we've had all night, but I'm gonna tell you how billionaires do not get taxed right now. We're going to go into it. They do not get taxed on unrealized gains. So basically what happens in order to like Elon Musk goes and pays for Twitter and buys Twitter, basically he gets a loan out on the money that he has gained from his Tesla stock. So this is why those like the CEOs, they get paid in stocks, and they say it's like, oh well, I'm going to be tied towards how well the company does. My wealth is all into the company. I am completely bought in. So I need to make sure that the company does well. So they get Tesla stocks, and as the stock goes up, you know, it goes from, you know, let's say they have $1 million or to make it small enough, like, and they need, well, let's say he has $100 billion of Tesla stock and he needs to make, pay $50 billion to buy Twitter. Well, like normal people like us, we would like sell your Tesla stock, right? And then you would take that money and then that cash money, and then you'd buy the, whatever it is, right? That's how normal people work. I have a portfolio account. If I need to pay a bill, I have to sell my options or my stock in order to buy something. So, but what they do is they go to the bank and they say, hey, I need $50 billion. and they say, okay, well, what do you have? And it's like, I got my unrealized Tesla stock, and they say as collateral, right? So that's how a bank works, in that we're going to give you leverage, we're going to give you more money, but you need to give us something in return. What do you have?
Collateral.
Well, my collateral is going to be my unsold, unrealized. Unrealized means that you haven't sold it. So unrealized gains on my Tesla stock. So I'm going to put those Tesla stocks were originally $10,000. Now they're $100 million, and or $100 billion. And now I'm going, that difference, I'm not going to, the collateral isn't going to be the 10,000 original dollars that they're worth. It's going to be the $100 billion that they're worth now. This is really risky, right? Because if the Tesla stock goes down, then that collateral is worth nothing, and now you have to pay the bank, and that's getting margin called. So
Which happened, by the way.
Did he get margin called on it when it's
no, not that. But I'm saying he got real close when the stocks were tanking for Tesla, when people were protesting. Yeah. He had to like renegotiate and remove a bunch of things to make that not happen.
That's crazy. I mean, it's probably, man, when it was dipping for the earnings, it probably is the same scenario. But anyway, so basically, instead of paying the capital gains tax, which is already 15%, right? It's insanely low.
Yeah.
And like you only have to pay $15 on a stock if you've owned the stock for a year and you sell it. Then you pay 15% on those realized gains because you sold it now. So now they're realized. So now you pay 15% on that. That's for us normal people. Us normal people, how we deal with money. Billionaires don't do that. They play by a different set of rules, and they do not pay any taxes on their income. They don't have any federal income tax that they have to pay because it's a daisy chain of these taking one loan on another part of our loan, and this is how they fundamentally work. This is how the billionaires work, and this is how they make this is how they're doubling, tripling their net worth since like the pandemic. And this is such a big deal, by the way. This is such a big deal that, like, for example, Mark Cuban, who was like, Trump's a fascist. He's an awful person. He's the worst person that I've ever known. I hate the guy. He should never be president. You tell there was one like thing, like Kamala never even mentioned that it was going to be a part of her economic policy that she was going to tax unrealized gains. It was just in the mention, and he goes, "If you do this to me, I'm gonna go on the campaign trail for Trump. I will do everything that I can to make sure that Trump becomes president. This is the most important thing that I could ever do in my life to make sure that this never happens." And he's like, yo, like Mark Cuban, bro. Like he got so mad. He got so mad about the thought that he would have to pay any taxes that he literally completely changed his entire viewpoint on the election, on who he would want. It's just, these people are so unethical, and it's not greed. It's a gluttony thing where they have just this fervent, I have to have all the money. It's not just like, I want more money. That, greed is a natural human emotion, all that kind of stuff. It's, I want all of it. You don't get to have any money. I get to have all the money. And it's just sickening. I despise these people.
Me too. I fundamentally have the same issue with people. I think most of the problems that society ends up having relate in one way to either greed or gluttony when you boil it all down. Mm-hmm. Like, you think of one thing that isn't like greed related when it comes to a problem, like oh, you covet somebody else's girlfriend. Why? Because you're greedy. You want something that they have, and you don't want them to have it.
It's true. I do think I've been trying to find another word for that. The best word I can find it is gluttony, because it's like, it's not just like, I want your girlfriend. I want nobody to have a girlfriend other than me. Like, I am going to be the only person with a girlfriend, and nobody else can have it. And it is literally the feeling that these people, these billionaires have. They're so power hungry. They're so starved for just endless amounts of power that nobody can else have access to these powers, because they know that the amount of power that they get. I mean, Elon bought Trump the presidency. He didn't spend hundreds of millions of dollars like people said. He spent $45 billion on getting it. He spent and bought Twitter in order to make Twitter a pro-Trump ad, basically. Like the Trump got full page ads on Twitter. There was icons on your cursor that no Kamala never got. Like, come on, man. Like they put in code specifically that Trump got that nobody else got. And then on top of that, he was able to, most of the time people are like, oh, I'm going to make a super PAC and we're not going to be coordinated because, there's we're just a random, a political action committee that we have really strong beliefs. And that's what Citizens United was, right? It created these super PACs. Elon was like, I'm going to make a company that's founded entirely on making Trump the president of the United States. He created an LLC that was all that. That was exactly what it was. So he like they literally have so much money that they genuinely the super PACs are bad. Like that doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter. All that's gone. All the Citizens United, all that, they have so much money now that it's just it's dead. Like I can't and the paying off Republican voters. Like you can just talk about this. Like paying off $1 million raffle to Republican voters in swing states.
It was preordained,
bro. I can't. I just can't. You sound crazy. You sound crazy just going through a list of timeline of events where these people are just.
Yeah.
It is so infuriating, but so yeah, I don't know. So in that case, if this is really what the world is like, it's like one of those things. Like if we're pragmatic, let's try to be pragmatic as opposed to ideologues. Like I do feel like you should have a dream world that you're fighting for. I feel like we should talk about it. Like what could you do? What do you want to do if you could have anything? But like we have to like be pragmatic with the world that exists right now. Like in JB Pritzker or whatever, Mark Cuban, like. We need billionaires on our side, guys. I don't know what to say. This isn't like a everyone's like, oh my gosh, neoliberalism is like back because people are like, the Democratic Party isn't like shooing away the billionaires. Like, I don't know what to say, dude. Like, I think that the idea, like the Bernie approach of like not accepting like money, like for it too, it's kind of like dead now. I really do. I don't think that you can come back. I wish I was wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm genuinely. I hope I'm wrong. And you could have a real, people's political revolution where you're really being pushed by, good ideals and to try to make the world into a better place while you try to take over the world, these world superpowers, these billionaires, but I don't think they're going to let you, man. I really don't think they're going to let you.
I thought about this a lot actually, and I had one idea, and I don't know if it's a good one, and you can critique it if you want, but
yeah.
We had a very brief period where people flirted with the idea of like, I think it was called ESG. I can't remember the exact terminology they used, but you tried to find like portfolio managers and people who would put your money into things that were aligned with your beliefs, like a green company versus just any old oil company to make your stock gains, right? That idea sparked an idea in me. And the idea is, I think that there is profit in improving society. Right now, we just focus on profit above all else without considering a secondary metric. So for example, health insurance, you pay money, and the way they make their money is jacking up premiums and denying like claims and all that stuff, and making shit more expensive, and contracting with hospitals a negotiated rate. All these things they do, right? But you can actually create a subscription-based model where instead of being reactive, with healthcare. You can be proactive. You can charge people monthly to look at their blood work all the time and see if they're heading towards a disease using AI and other models and say, hey, we see you're heading towards getting sick and we want to intervene with these supplements and this change in your diet and like whatever else you're going to do. And you're paying me for that now. You're not paying me in a reactive model. And I think if you expand this idea everywhere where companies tie credits or reductions in their taxes to social good that they can demonstratively show, then you still get the best of both worlds. Because the whole point of taxing the rich was to have a good society to begin with. But if corporations are getting reduced taxes for creating products and goods that help society, then effectively you're in the same place again. You're just not calling them taxed anymore. You're just making them change the kinds of products and services they sell to switch over so that those are the things that make society better instead of that their tax revenue that directly that then gets used by the government or something like that.
Interesting. I mean, that would be one lever of power. I think like you could tax them or you could just give people credits, right? I think that's like you just give people money for the desired outcome, right?
That's what I'm basically saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's like something that I think about for like voting and stuff. I mean, you either could, because I think that it's actually a consent problem not to have everyone voting, like especially with all the changes that are happening in the United States right now. Like I want like on the line, like you got to put your name that you consent to this or not. Like you need to pick one or the other. You need to like make sure that like, you know, that this is happening. And I think that in order to do that, you basically have to have like, in a democracy, you have to have mandatory voting. And so you either like fine people, which is very punitive and I don't agree with, or you could use like a credit system where you pay people $1,000 each to like vote, you know, and it's like $1,000 isn't that much money, you know, for the entire country. It's like, what is it? A couple $1 billion? Like that's nothing. And you would get a lot of people voting, a lot of people that would actually start caring about voting in a different way.
If every person voted got 1,000, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Every person would get the same amount of money.
It'd be what about like 100 billion? Because there's 100 million voters approximately times 1,000.
I mean, I think like, let's see. I don't know. I mean, it would have to be some amount of money. It would be, I don't know the exact amount, but I think that it should be an amount that would actually make the big difference in people's lives, that they're like, oh, this is actually something worth doing. I don't know if it's $1,000 or $100 or $200 or $500 or something. It has to be like something.
The United States, I don't even think $100 billion is unreasonable, right? The whole point is to make America where the people are connected to the legislation that's getting passed and the will of the people are moving things forward. 100 billion is like not that much given all, and it's only done every 4 years. Maybe you give them less for the smaller elections.
Dude, honestly, I mean, ICE's budget just went from like $10 billion to $130 billion. I think that we could afford it.
Yeah, we could reprioritize for sure. 100%.
Yeah. But I think the idea would be that it like disproportionately advantageous for people for people on the bottom of the economic scale, because it's like they're the ones that are to be pressured into not voting based off of having to go to work, and you make voting mandatory, you make a holiday, you give them money. And I think that you get a lot more buy-in, I think, like in general. But I think about that a lot in the terms of like, how do you incentivize good behavior in a society? And it's just I think like taxing corporations and taxing like billionaires and stuff, and giving like credits to everyone else. I think that's just like makes like way more sense.
Well, psychological studies, speaking like all that, obviously positive reinforcement is better than negative, right?
Yeah.
You see better adoption from that. So I would agree, like you got to give them something.
Yeah. I mean, I know, like, for example, the child tax credit. So I was, a first year grad student, or when it first started happening, like I was in these parents, grad student parent programs, and basically like the amount of people that were like, wow, this is making a big difference in my life. Like, what is actually happening right now? Why am I getting $1,000 per kid? And this is incredible. And it's like, and I'm like, oh yeah, that they passed it, the child tax credit because of the bill, because of Biden, like passed it. And they were like, what? Like they were now all of a sudden they actually cared about like politics. They actually cared about what was going on, and they actually cared that like because it made a huge difference in their lives.
Yeah.
They were able to like pay for childcare now. They were able to like pay for books and toys and all that kind of stuff. So the difference in the child tax credit that was different was that basically you have your own child tax credit, but it was just paid to you on a monthly basis, as opposed to like in a lump sum at the end of the year. So it wasn't even like a huge increase in the amount. It was just that you got access to your money like over on a monthly basis paid out to you. So it's just even like the how these programs that we have that are beneficial to people, even how they interact with them is a good thing. Like you can change that to make it more like easier for them to understand.
Yeah. We definitely should be spending these 150, 200, maybe $300 billion to support people to vote, to be active in politics, to care about their country, to support their health care. If somebody's being taken care of and they're not worried about getting sick, they're more productive members of society. We should be paying for their education too, man. Like we have the money for these things. Other countries are doing it. There's no argument that can be made that's actually reasonable that we cannot afford this. It can be done. We just argue about it as if it can't. It can be done.
Yeah, it's a priority. It's exactly what you're talking about. It's a priority thing. It's like and Bernie talks about this, where it's like a budget is a moral document where you are putting money towards the things that you care the most about. And like look at the ICE. Look at ICE, like their budget. Honestly, what was it before? You got 130 billion or something in the BBB, and
I think it was 7 point something billion to start, and now it's 132. But I can't remember the numbers exactly.
Like in what world? And it's just insane. I mean, I don't. Yeah, Stephen Miller, dude, that guy is such an idiot, dude. It's so embarrassing. He grew up in Southern California, just like me. I genuinely cannot. I can't fathom this guy, the amount of like diversity and cultural diversity that this guy grew up with. And then now he's just an awful, awful human being.
Yeah. That's often a failure of very rich people, is they think that like there's something special about them that got them where they are, but really studies have shown time and again those who are rich don't really have anything different than those who don't, other than special circumstances. And it's the very safety nets and other things of their locales that supported them, that let them get to where they are, and then they try to shit on all those things once they get rich.
Yeah, man. I mean, cultural diversity. I grew up in San Clemente, and then I'm in San Diego right now. Yeah, dude, it's just this weird. It's so crazy too, and it's like people. You say what's happening wrong with ICE and all that kind of stuff, and what's wild is that they revert back to like the old immigration talking points where it's like, oh no, we're talking about illegal immigration.
Yeah,
man.
bro,
Like
come on.
they're just they're here illegally. What's wrong? Like if you agree with people who are here without like proper documentation, illegal immigrants, whatever you want to call them, that they've committed crimes and they should be deported, like you are supporting a democratic viewpoint. I really hope people realize that Democrats have been supporting that since 2008. Obama was called the deporter in chief, and like he used to get a lot of flack on that, but if someone comes in here and creates a violent offense, then they were deporting them, which I don't agree, by the way. It's much easier and better if everyone who's here gets the same positive and negative rights. I don't want anyone that's committed a crime on our land to have the judicial system of Venezuela be the one that gives him the retribution. I want the justice to come from the United States. Okay. So I think that's ridiculous, but and it's much easier for all the positive rights, the rights that you have, and the negative rights, right? What happens to you if something goes wrong? It's much easier if everyone has the same. And that's how the Constitution is literally written, by the way. So people that are not U.S. citizens get the same rights as U.S. citizens for a lot of things. Some of them, obviously, they don't. There are some things that they don't get the same rights for. But
yeah, there are a few exceptions.
The idea that you are just like that you have these vastly different realities that you live in based off of your immigration status. Think how chaotic that would be. How crazy that would be based off of, like some ephemeral thing. And that's what's happening right now, right? A lot of people and this is the difference, right? We're not just deporting people that are criminals that are here illegally. We are taking away their citizenship, and a lot of times actual citizens, and we are deporting them to other countries. So this is vastly different than what's happened before. So this isn't just like, deporting illegal immigrants. This is deporting citizens. This is taking citizenship away from people and then deporting them.
They're trying to reach quotas. That's why.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally what happened. Stephen Miller got super pissed about their numbers. So basically they tried to do what Obama did, and they went to all the jails and they were trying to deport people. And because Biden was already doing this as they were just already kind of pushing this idea, forward. They didn't have a bunch of people in the jails, and they didn't have a bunch of people in the prisons. So basically there's a story of Stephen Miller blowing up at the ICE director in the White House going why aren't you at Home Depot? Why aren't you going door to door to all these Mexican places and arresting them en masse? Arrest these people. It's just the most unhinged,
dystopian.
Yeah. And it's the most police state, bootlicking, gross, weak, feckless, un-American stuff that you can ever even imagine. If you're okay with a police state with literal people with guns and armies walking down the streets of the United States, this is not the place for you, and you should leave. I will gladly naturalize every single person that has walked 2,000 miles in order to fight for a better country or a better life for their family than anyone that's okay with being a bootlicker and the bowing down to an authoritarian dictator. It's gross. It is absolutely gross. This country was not founded on these values of we just succumb to whatever these wannabe kings want. And it's disgusting. It's the most un-American thing. It triggers me so bad.
It's bad, man. It's really angering. I've had a lot of deep and dark thoughts. I'm not a violent person, but I've had many violent thoughts because of what's going on. And I have to calm them all the time and be like, bro, that's not the way you should be. It's not going to fix anything. But because things are getting so bad, I'm getting angry inside.
Oh, this is exactly what the Second Amendment was for. This is people immigrants and citizens. Okay. Citizens are being removed here. If you are a citizen of the United States and you have a Second Amendment right to arm yourself, and if they are trying to remove you from your house without a warrant, that is kidnapping, and you have the right to defend yourself with lethal means. That is carte blanche. This is real. This is what the actual Second Amendment is literally all about. So it's insane that we have normalized this. And this is, again, Republicans get to write the rules of the road, and they get to say what actually is reality. And we have to just listen to them. And it's disgusting how it's disgusting how the courts have just bent over backwards in order to try to make sure that what he's doing is legal, and it's obviously not. We all know that this is against the Constitution.
The Supreme Court is just they
a joke. But
They
dude,
could.
the Sotomayor's dissents are just absolutely
Amazing.
incredible.
Amazing.
They are worth reading. You know, if you do see a Supreme Court the decision, like seriously, make sure you read Sotomayor's dissents
Her
because they're
pen,
so good.
yeah, the pen cuts deep with her.
I do. I don't know, man. I really do worry about her health. She's really not doing good, and it's
Yeah.
like one of those things where I'm like, is this Ruth Bader Ginsburg 2.0? Like, are
Yeah.
we doing the same thing again? And I just like can't believe it. But I don't know, man. She's so scathing and so good. I'm
Amazing.
enjoying it for what it is. But if she dies again, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, because Biden did push her to try to resign, but at the same time, like she is so good.
Maybe we should start a GoFundMe for her health, like funds, so she keep her alive longer.
For real, dude, for real. Like whatever we can, because she's a national treasure. And
I agree.
It's she's like if you don't want to read the Supreme Court arguments, like the oral arguments are good. Like, but one of the problems, by the way, and what's really makes me mad is that a lot of these stays that the Supreme Court is doing. So basically, the Supreme Court, whether or not something makes it onto the docket, is voted on the Supreme Court, and they kind of like decide what cases they want to take up, and basically these huge cases that are deciding huge, you know, the future of the United States is. They're not taking these cases, but they're just staying them or like not. They're just agreeing with the lower courts and being it's not a constitutional question, and they're not taking the cases up to the docket. So then they're not doing a proper oral argument. So then they're not like releasing a full opinion. Thankfully, Sotomayor is still putting a dissent out. So you'll see like these cases that don't have an actual opinion on it, and her going like, what are we doing? Like, we are not even hearing this case, and yet here I have to like this. You're disparaging the entire Constitution without actually hearing it. Like, it's unbelievable, man. So, I think Roberts is incredibly misguided in the fact that I don't know if his plan was to have one of the most activist courts of the United States history, but he definitely has it. It is these guys are rewriting the Constitution with creating these presidential immunity clauses that never existed before. They're reinterpreting the Constitution, settled cases like with Roe. They're dismantling amendments that have been like decided on. So it's not just like Roe is like, oh, it's an old Supreme Court and it's just the precedent of the United States Supreme Court's opinion. Like, no, this is like constitutionally like plain text, like whether or not you've done an insurrection, like whether or not you're allowed to run for president, stuff like that, where it's just case after case, idea after idea. And these guys, what really makes me mad too is that they're all Federalist Society judges, where these people have been these Federalist Society judges, man, their entire lives have all been about limited government, limited, really super libertarian. And here they are joining this activist Supreme Court with super heavy handed. It's wild. It is so wild.
And the stuff that's going on around them too at the same time, they're not disclosing gifts and trips and things
exactly.
that they've taken.
God,
they've flown their flags at their house upside down, like their wife is doing that stuff. Like all sorts of weird stuff is going on.
Dude, Alito is Alito and Clarence Thomas are just, oh, they're so bad. Their opinions are their questions are so bad. They're not really involved. They're so ideological. I feel I don't know, man, but they keep winning, and we need to.
They just outnumber us. That's it.
I know, and because we keep losing elections, I really feel like I really do feel like the Democrats, the next wave, like in order to have any semblance like going forward, it has to be on anti-fascism, and it's like biggest coalition that we can that's like anti-fascism in trying to just, I don't know. We did try that, I feel like, with Kamala, like, and I feel like that wasn't good
Did
enough.
you look into or have you ever been paying attention to like past election integrity experts and articles about actually when they claim that our machines are not connected to the internet, they actually are for long periods of time.
Oh, really?
And, there's you should look at the Rockland County, New York case that's going on right now for the election.
Okay.
It's very likely. I'm not gonna get too into the weeds in it right now because I know I want to let you do your own independent research. I don't want to stain your thinking.
Okay.
But some of the statistics are like 80 something counties, all within the margin of error for a recount. We have Russian tails showing up in the statistics of the data of these elections. All these machines are the first like 100 or 200 votes are statistically spread normally with like random noise, but then right after that they switch and they go off in one direction where you start seeing a clear trend and pattern in the votes. These things are all things that we used to send our analysis to foreign countries about and say, hey, we think your election was rigged or hacked or whatever. Rockland County, New York is actually taking up the case right now that there are massive anomalies in their data and with the attestations of what people said what they voted for versus what came out on the actual tabulation. And I mean, if that case moves forward, the Election Truth Alliance is a website you should look up. This guy's a data scientist. He has other election integrity researchers involved. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, I'll have to figure it out. I heard about it, but I didn't see any actual like actual court documents or anything. So I'll have to like look it up and actually read the primary stuff.
The Rockland County is the only one that's really like moving forward. But so here's what's going on in Pennsylvania. The Election Truth Alliance is trying to get I forget the guy's name. I don't remember the governor or mayor, whoever is handling, but he's like just rejecting the whole thing. He's like, hey, we want you to let us go in and do a manual hand recount. We think that we have a lot of statistical evidence. Here's our evidence that suggests something funny's going on. And they're like, no, we're not going to let you do that. It was free, it was fair, and it was all that stuff. So, and then now they're raising, I think they've gotten to $200,000 or something like that to try to just take him to court over it. There's a lot going on. And if you watch Nathan is the guy from Election Truth Alliance. I feel like this guy's really in it, like the kind of advocacy that you talk about that we should be getting involved. He got fired from his job to do this work because there was a conflict of interest.
Oh, interesting.
And so now he's still doing the data science. He's presenting, he's going on talks on YouTube, and he's showing people the analysis that's been done and showing the like prior elections in the same counties and how the data looks more normal and spread correctly. And then now you look at it again in this year and it's clearly off and wrong and not truly random, or at least quasi-random.
Interesting.
Yeah,
definitely check it out. I'll add it to my show notes and then I'll read more into it later. And
let you get into it.
Sweet. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for coming on. Talking. We've been talking over 2 hours.
It was good to come in again. I was here the other night, and it was a pleasure chatting. Sorry to take up all the space. I know other people.
No, dude. There was no other request, so this is awesome. I appreciate you. And so yeah, dude. Yeah, thanks, man. It's 3:00 in the morning, so I'm gonna head on out, guys. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for everything. Thanks for coming in and chatting. And I'll see you guys next week. I'll probably do it probably like Thursday or Friday. So
sounds good, man. By the way, also 3 a.m. here. I'm an LA guy.
Nice. It's cool. Dude, the stats on, by the way, for my TikTok lives are like most of the people that you like that watch your stream are on until 4 a.m. I'm like, what? Like, really? so yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm here if you guys are here. So anyway, have a good one. See you guys later.
You too, man. Take care.
See ya.